We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2577D of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to an emergency meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson, and I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. I would say throughout this hearing, if you have any IT issues, please connect our IT specialist during the chat, and we will try to address those type of issues. All right, our first order of business today, it's protest hearing, case 23 PRO 00014, barcode license number 115593. This hearing is canceled due to submission of an amendment to the settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00020, Bujo's Restaurant, license number 115711. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Good morning. Gladys Nunez, your access has been elevated. Jessica Mai, your access has been elevated. Mark Russell, your access has been elevated. Sarina Sutton, your access has been elevated. Tim Brookings, your access has been elevated. Investigator Mark Reeves, your access has been elevated. And Kiara Earl, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Can everyone please turn their cameras on, please?
Hi there, this is Mark Russell.
Hold on a minute, please, sir. Can somebody please show Ms. Nunez how to turn her camera on, please? Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. All right. I would like the parties to introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the licensee. Ms. Nunez, you're on mute, ma'am, so I need you to unmute the phone.
Good morning. My name is Gladys Nunez, present for the Bujo's Restaurant.
Can you please spell your name for the record, please, ma'am?
Is Gladys, Gladys. Last name Nunes is N as in Nancy, UN, E as in Edward, Z as in zebra.
And who's with you? And who's that with you, ma'am?
Is Janet Ramo,
Can you spell her name for the record, please?
is Janet. Ramos is Ramos.
All right, thank you. I need the representative to be on camera. The witnesses do not need to be on camera, but I need the designated representative of the protest group. I need them to be on camera. And I need you to be on camera. Either one or both of you have to be on camera the entire time for this proceedings. The witnesses do not need to be on camera if they're not speaking, but I need to see the representative on camera. All right, so Mr. Russell, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? And I need you to be on camera, sir. I see you're walking, Mr. Russell, and I need you to be in a stationary location to participate in this hearing. So I need you, sir, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, I apologize. I'm still at work right now, so I have to make kind of movements around the neighborhood for my job. But I'll be stationary in about 5 minutes. My name is Mark Russell.
Spell your name for the record, please, sir.
MarkRussell.
Thank you. Miss, I think Jessica Mayes.
Yes, good morning. This is Jessica Mai, JESSICAMAI.
I need to see you, ma'am. Miss Mai, I need to see you. I need you to turn your camera on.
Yes, my camera is on at the moment. Let me try to go ahead and troubleshoot what the issue is, but the WebEx pane on the right side says that my camera is on.
All right, spell your first and last name, please, ma'am.
Jessica, JESSICA. Last name is Mai, MAI.
Thank you. Mr. Ruiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes. First name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-Z.
Mr. Ruiz, your volume is weak, so maybe you can work on your volume because I can hardly hear you.
Okay.
All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case? Ms. Nunes, are there any preliminary matters in this case? Meaning that before we start substantive, do you have any preliminary matters you want to address with the board?
Not at this moment.
Mr. Russell, are there any preliminary matters that you wish to discuss with the board before we start?
No, I do not. But Jessica, did you have any?
This is Jessica Mai. I don't have any matters to discuss before we begin. Thank you, everybody, for your time today.
Right, ma'am, and I need you to, because you're the designated representative, I need to know, and I need to, you said you have a camera, so maybe if you can log off and log back on, because I'm still not seeing you, ma'am. And I see that Mr. Russell, he says that he's walking, but when I'm doing these hearings, and I don't necessarily need to have the witnesses online for me to see them, but when I'm dealing with a designated representative, I need to see who I'm talking to. And one of the reasons why I always ask that you be on camera. If you're on camera, then I can tell that you are there. If you're not on camera, and if you're not there, if for some reason you your Wi-Fi or technology fails, and then you're not here, I do not know that. So that's one of the reasons why I'm requesting and demanding that the designated representative be on camera the entire time, so I can tell and see that they are actively participating in this hearing. All right. So this is a protest hearing, and for the renewal of this license. The process moving forward is that the licensee will all right. So this is the way the licensee will have 5 minutes to do an opening statement. Then the protestants will have 5 minutes to do an opening statement. The board will call its witness, which is our investigator. The board members will then ask the investigator about his report. Once all the board members ask the investigators questions about his report, then the licensee will have an opportunity to question the investigator. Once the licensee has questioned the investigator about his report, the protestants will have an opportunity to question the licensee. I'm sorry, the investigator about the contents of his report. Once the investigator has testified, then the licensee will call its first witness. Once they call its first witness, then the protester will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness of the licensee, and then the board will have an opportunity to ask questions. Once the licensee has presented his case, then the protestants will call its witnesses. And once the protestants has called its witnesses, the licensee will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. Once the licensee has cross-examined the witness, the board will have an opportunity to cross-examine its witness. Then we'll have closing arguments, and I'll read some statements, and then the board will take this matter under advisement and issue a decision in 90 days, whether or not we will renew the license without conditions or renew the license with conditions as per the request of the license, as per the request of the protesters. Any questions by anyone before we start? Any questions before we start?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. and I were supposed to have a Spanish interpreter here this morning.
Ma'am, who is she?
Miss Ramo.
Who is she?
She's the tenant at Bo's Restaurant.
Is she the licensee?
I am.
And when was the request made that she needed an interpreter?
It was before the meeting were to be conducted today.
I was told that we did not need a translator this morning.
We requested a translator when we had the last meeting that we had that we rescheduled for today, May 23rd at 1:30. And then for some reason, the time was changed from 1:30 to 10:30 this morning. And we did request an interpreter then.
All right. You stay right there. The board will go into executive session. The board will go into executive session, and we will be right back. So I don't want anyone to log off. I'm asking all board members to log off and go to executive session. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're back in the record. Mr. Russell, Miss May, are you there? All right. I need to correct the record. We had a conversation this morning after calling the case. The licensee had raised a preliminary motion, and it is based on the motion that was raised by the licensee. I determined that I needed to go into executive session with our legal counsel to address that issue. However, prior to going into executive session, I needed to alert the public that the board would be going into executive session. So in order to correct the error that I made this morning, I need to have alerted the public that we're going to go into executive session before we went into executive session. So what I'm going to do is to make a motion for the board to go into executive session. This is just to correct the legal record, the public record, to reflect my error in going to executive session without alerting the public. So this is what I'm going to do, is just to correct the record of the procedures I should have followed prior to going into executive session a couple of minutes ago. So, all right. So as chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25 PRO 00020 Bujo's Restaurant, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Grandis
will second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The motion passes 5-0. So the board is not going to go into executive session at this moment because we went into executive session. I did take the motion. I did announce to the public that we were going to go into executive session. However, I was supposed to have read that reading before going into executive session. So, all right. So we're back. All right, the issue that Miss Nunez has basically stated on the record was that she had requested a translator for Miss Ramos. Miss Nunez, who is Miss Ramos?
Ms. Ramos is the tenant of Bujo's Restaurant.
Is she on the license, ma'am?
No, she's an officer of the license.
I'm sorry, is she on the license, or what is she? Is she an owner, or is she your tenant?
She is owner and tenant because I own the property.
But I thought that you were the 100% owner of the property. I'm sorry, on the license.
I am.
So you're
I am
100%. So you are 100% the owner of the license. Is that correct, ma'am?
That's correct, Mr.
Right.
Anderson.
All right. At the protest hearing status, ma'am, that we had, I think, when did we have the protest hearing? Look at a calendar. I believe we had the protest hearing status on May 10th. And you did not appear on May 10th because you asked us to, you advised the board that you would not be available on May 10th and that you want Ms. Ramos to appear in your stead because you're going to go out of the country. Is that correct, ma'am?
I was out of the country in the Dominican Republic.
I'm just asking, I'm just saying, ma'am, So so it's correct. You were out of the country, and so you asked the board to have Ms. Ramos in your stead. Is that correct?
That is correct, but I also was told that it was going to be put on hold, the meeting, until I got back to the US. I came back in May 4th, which was prior to the hearing. I believe that when we had the last hearing that we had problem with the audio.
No,
and
no,
the
hold on 1 minute. Hold on. Hold on 1 minute. I want to make sure that I want the record to be correct. So let me get back to. Let me do this correctly, okay? Let me get the transcript from the last hearing. I'm sorry, the protest hearing status. I'm sorry. So let me go back to the transcript. This is very important, so I want to make sure that the record is correct. So let me get to the transcript from the protest hearing status. Hold on, please.
¿Cuándo fue el último juicio que tuvimos? Que estuvimos presentes que la cámara y el teléfono, el audio no se podía escuchar. ¿Qué día fue eso?
I apologize for this, but I need to. But I need to make sure that I'm all right. I'm trying to research the transcript.
Mr. Anderson, take your time. I was present at the last hearing, but we had problem with the website.
I know, ma'am. I know you're present. I know you're present at the last hearing. Okay. I'm going back to the protest, the status hearing that we had, and maybe my date was wrong. We had the status hearing, which I read the transcript in preparing for this case, but that's why I was looking for my computer on it. So yes, you were not there. Ms. Ramos testified in your behalf. You requested from the agency that the board provide a translator for Ms. Ramos. The board did provide a translator from Ms. Ramos at the status hearing. This matter was scheduled for a protest hearing, I think last week, or maybe 2 weeks ago. I forget the dates.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, it was scheduled for the hearing. You had technical difficulties.
Correct.
You were unable to get online either virtually or on the telephone. So you had technical difficulties. So what I did, because I was unable to communicate with you, I requested that this agency provide you the ability to participate in this air virtually. So therefore, I instructed the director to contact you to have you come to the ABCA office and provide you with the technology so you would not have an opportunity, so you would not be prejudice because you were having technical difficulties, okay? And so,
Yes, sir, and I thank you, and that's exactly where we are right this morning at the
Yes.
ABRA office. Thank you for that.
all right, it is in consulting with our legal office, it's my understanding by speaking to our legal office that you, Ms. Nunes, advised our legal office that you did not need a translator to participate in this hearing today. That is what I was told, that you told the agency, that you specifically told the agency that you did not need a translator to participate in this hearing today. And so because you did not inform the agent, because you informed the agency that you personally did not require a translator to participate in the hearing, the agency canceled the translator for you. Now, the larger issue is that you do not require a translator. However, Ms. Ramos requires a translator. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at the protest hearing status, and also at the hearing last week, I advised both parties, or basically a status hearing, I told all parties that they were supposed to submit a PIP. Is that correct?
Yes.
Meaning
Mr.
that you
Anderson.
were supposed to let us know the documents and witnesses that you were going to rely on at the hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Anderson.
And it's also correct that you never filed a PIP for the first hearing, and you also did not file a PIP for this hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Anderson.
Now, if you did not, if since you informed the agency that you did not require a PIP, I'm sorry, a translator, and you did not file a PIP to say that you're going to call witness, and Ms. Ramos is going to be the witness that you're going to call, and that Ms. Ramos required a translator, how do you believe the agency would be on notice that a translator is required for Ms. Ramos?
Can you rephrase that question again, please?
All right. Ms. Ramos is not the licensee, is that correct? You are the licensee.
That is correct, Mr. Anderson.
And you inform, is it correct that you, Ms. Nunes, informed the agency that you did not require a translator for yourself? Is that correct?
That is correct. I do not require a translator.
You only require a translator for your witness, Ms. Ramos. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Anderson.
And it is also correct that you have had 2 opportunities to file a PIP to list the witnesses that you'll be relying on the hearing. And it's correct today that you did not file a PIP with the agency to alert the agency that you'll be calling witnesses for this hearing. Is that correct, ma'am?
That is correct.
And so therefore, Ms. Ramos is your witness. You did not tell the agency that your witness required a translator. And the only way the agency would have known is if you requested it for her and if you submitted a PIP 7 days before the hearing. So my issue, ma'am, is that the agency was not aware that you'll be calling Ms. Ramos as a witness at this hearing and that she requires a translator.
That was a mistake, Mr. Anderson, on my part to assume that a translator would have been provided for Mrs. Ramos since she had a translator the last hearing that she attended.
But Ms. Nunes, this board was not aware that you are calling witnesses at this hearing today. The only, in looking at the PIP that have been disclosed for this hearing, you did not disclose one. So because you did not disclose one, as at this moment, the only witness who will be testifying at the hearing this morning is you.
I was not aware of that.
At no point did anyone Did Ms. Rama shared with you that 7 days before the hearing, both parties were required to submit a PIP?
She did not communicate that to me. In fact, that if I would have been aware that that needed to be done. It was not at the last hearing, since communication was so bad that we couldn't communicate directly. I was not aware after I came from my trip that I needed to do that. Otherwise, I would have done that, but the communication was really bad.
I'm
We
not
were
talking about the
able to
last
connect.
hearing, ma'am. The last hearing is irrelevant. The hearing that we were supposed to have had, you did not disclose a PIP for that hearing. The one where the communication was poor, you never disclosed a PIP. You never did. You never told and you know what? I need to go back to, I need to find, I have the transcript from our status hearing. Okay. So
Okay.
I need to find that when Ms. Ramos filled in for you. I have the transcript from that hearing. So just let me go back to that. Let me find this transcript on my computer because it was sent to me by our legal office. So let me find that, and I'm going to read the instructions that were given specifically at the hearing when Ms. Ramos filled in for you. So give me a minute, please.
Thank you.
Give me a minute, please. Okay, I apologize. All right. All right. On Wednesday, April 5th was when we had the protest status hearing. And at the protest status hearing on April 5th, that is when Ms. Ramos appeared on your behalf, ma'am. Now, in that hearing, I specifically told Ms. Ramos through the interpreter, because Ms. Ramos went through and was trying to explain to me about the case, and I told her this is not the case. This is I was just asking for preliminary if she had any preliminary issues, and this specifically, I'm looking at the transcript. All right, I'm going to the transcript where I specifically told Ms. Ramos that she had to do the PIP. It was due 7 days before the hearing, where she had to submit documents and witnesses, and she specifically told me that I said you will have 1 hour to present your case, and you'll be only allowed to call 5 witnesses. And I specifically state that you had 7 days before the hearing to do this. And she also told me that she understood what I stated, and she didn't have any problem. She understood what I stated, and that the documents were due 5 days before. So I'm not sure if you send someone, ma'am, to represent you. I'm not sure why is it that your agent did not provide to you what was necessary. All right. If you decide to call a witness, and if the protestant does not object to you calling a witness because you did not submit that you did not submit a PIP, the agency, we will try to see what can be done to get interpreter for your witness, man. But what we're going to do, the board is going to present its case, and once the board has presented its case through us calling our witnesses, our investigator, once you decide to present your case, and if you decide to call a witness, and if there is no objection by the protestant, then we will, address that issue at this time. But we're going to move on because you're the licensee. You have specifically informed the agency that you do not require an interpreter. And so because as the licensee, you specifically informed the agency that you did not require an interpreter, and further, you did not inform the agency through a PIP that you will be calling a witness, and that this witness will require an interpreter. So we're going to move on. So we'll address that issue later on in that hearing this morning, ma'am, if you decide to call a witness, if you decide to call Ms. Ramos as a witness. Okay.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes,
I believe there's a lot of confusion and misunderstanding by Mrs. Ramos. Mrs. Ramos understood when she had the translator, and also by an email that she received from the board here from ABRA, that she was under the impression that she was going to bring a list to the hearing today, physically, of the witnesses that she had. And she has the emails and the contact phone number for those witnesses that she had. She had 5 witnesses that she was under the assumption that she was to bring that to the meeting, to the hearing today.
But she did not bring that to the hearing the last time, ma'am. I don't know if she did the last time, but I couldn't hear you, and I'm not sure if you could hear me. We try to get you on the call virtually. We try to get you
Yes.
on the telephone, and neither work. So the board was never alerted that you had even planned to call witnesses, because you never filed a PIP for us to know that you were planning to call witnesses the last time. And I'm not sure, did you hear anything that was stated last week, ma'am? I'm sorry, when we had that last hearing that you're unable to participate in, did you hear anything that I stated, ma'am?
The communication was so poor and was in and out. It's difficult for me to acknowledge what transpired in that hearing on the day that we had the miscommunication with the microphone and with the camera, that I was very frustrated because I couldn't connect, and I was talking with the web assistant, and there was a lot of back and forth. So no, I do not recall, Mr. Anderson, with all due respect.
Communication was not on our part, ma'am. The communication was on your part.
That's correct.
I do not understand. I do not understand, ma'am. How is it that I understand that you did not have a video? I understand that. I can understand if there was no video. I can understand that, we didn't have an internet, and so we cannot get through. But I do not understand, ma'am, how the communication could have been so poor that you were unable to speak on the telephone. I couldn't even hear you on the telephone. And the telephone, ma'am, you don't need internet. So I don't understand, why is it where you were that day that I could not even have a telephone conversation with you, ma'am. So that's not on the part of the agency. I will, if we're doing these hearings and someone says to me that, I don't understand how to do virtual, or my internet connection is poor, so I will tell folks, turn your video off. And we have had hearings where witnesses testify on the telephone, because we have never had, at least I've never had a problem, have listened to someone on the telephone. But I do not understand, ma'am, where I was unable to have a conversation with you, even on the telephone. And that one, I can't address that, ma'am, if I was unable to speak to you on the telephone, because what I did was that I said, can she call in? Let's do the call in. And I couldn't even have a conversation with you on the telephone, ma'am.
Mr. Anderson, I apologize for all the confusion. I am not computer savvy. And me personally, myself, I don't know how to connect to this hearings through video. So
that's what I said, ma'am. I've moved beyond the video.
It's very difficult because, hear me out, Mr. Anderson, please. And I'm sorry to keep interrupting you. What I'm trying to say, that particular day that we could not connect through the video camera, I didn't know there were so many people. I didn't know who was who on the line or the phone up until today. And the fact that Mrs. Ramos was giving instruction on what to do on the prior hearing, and she got all the information mixed up, and she did not bring the PIT to ABRA with the witnesses that we were to have today. She was under the assumption that she did everything correctly and that she was to bring that to the hearing today, which is what she did. She brought a list with emails and phone number of who the witnesses are going to be. So she was under the assumption that she was to bring that to the hearing today. And she even received an email to confirm that she was to bring that to ABRA, but she was under the assumption that she was going to bring it at the hearing date, not 7 days prior, like I'm hearing today.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I'm reading the transcript. That's why I went back to the transcript. We have a transcript of the status hearing in April. You sent a representative to represent you. I specifically gave the instructions that were required. Okay? I'm sorry, ma'am, but there's nothing I can do at this juncture. I mean, I think the issue that we're having right now is that is with the translator. And at this juncture, the communication that we've had that you have had with the agency is that you do not require a translator to move forward with this hearing.
That's
Is what
correct.
you told us.
That's
And
correct.
so
We're ready to
therefore,
move forward.
we are moving forward with that. If once it's time for you to present your case, if you want to call a witness, because I also state that the board will, if the party, unless you can show good cause why you did not do a PIP, the board will prohibit the introduction of witnesses and documents. So when it's time for you to present your case, if you want to call witnesses, then we'll address that issue, and then we will figure out where we're going to go from there. But we're going to start this here, and the board is going to present. So where we start is that we're going to do opening statements, and so you have 5 minutes to give an opening statement, and the protestants will have 5 minutes to give an opening statement. And so the opening statement is like, why is it that we're here, and what is it that you asked the board to do? So we're going to do the opening statement, then the board will call its witnesses, and then you will have an opportunity, the board will cross-examine its witnesses, and then you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness, okay? All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You can give an opening statement, ma'am. I'm not sure if you've watched the court cases on TV, that an opening statement is that you just talk about why we're here and what is it that you're seeking from the agency today. So,
You want me to start with the statement right now?
Yes, ma'am.
I am going to introduce myself again. My name is Gladys Nunez, and I represent the license for Bulls Restaurant. I would like for the board to renew the liquor license for the business. I have been a resident of the District of Columbia for 50 plus years, and I have had several restaurants in the Columbia Heights area. I do believe that we provide employment opportunity. We provide development and also culturing with the culture. We have a lot to provide and to give to the community. Based on that, I would like the opportunity for the people that are protesting the liquor license to come forward and explain what is it that is being conducted at Bull that is damaging the people that are protesting for the liquor license. What is it that we are doing wrong that we can change and that will make everyone happy in order to continue with the business? Like I said, I've had several restaurants in Columbia Heights, one in Spring Row, one on Park Row, one on Randolph, and this one on Perry Place.
All right, thank you. Who's going to do the opening, Mr. Russell or Ms. Mann?
Mr. Anderson, Jessica Mai here. I'll be providing our opening statement for the board this morning.
Go ahead, Ms. Meyer.
Great. Good morning, everyone. This is Jessica Mai, and I'm providing the opening statement on behalf of the protestees. We thank the ABCA board and the staff for their time and request that the board establish enforceable action items outlined in the letter we submitted twice to the board with our PIF to ensure that Bujo's restaurant operations cease to adversely affect our community before any license renewal can be considered. We understand that a pre-existing settlement agreement, order number 2017-066, dated on 8 February 2017, with the same licensee present here today, has been actively ignored, resulting in the continued disruption and degradation of our community's quality of life, despite the settlement agreement being established. Additionally, we understand that this area is a mixed-use zone. However, this establishment is the only tavern within the surrounding area that is located in the immediate vicinity of multiple multi-unit residential buildings, and additional measures must be made to ensure our right as residents to a safe and peaceful community are established. As communicated several times previously throughout the few years, our primary concerns orbit around the establishment's disruptive indoor music and live events several nights a week, resulting in safety concerns and noise that can be heard from both adjacent residential properties on multiple floors. The establishment, despite multiple visits and counseling by the ABRA Noise Task Force investigators, continues to intentionally disrupt our day-to-day well-being as residents with their activity. And this activity by Bujo's restaurant and by association, the licensee, often continues past the establishment's publicly posted operating hours. We also highlight the intentional neglect and failure of the building property owner, the licensee, who claims to be a longstanding member of our community, to effectively respond to our safety and well-being concerns, which have also been directly communicated to the licensee and Bujo's managers via MPD, the ABRA Noise Task Force investigators, DCRA, and District Bridges. Finally, to close the opening statement, we look forward to working with the board and the establishment on a concrete, actionable, and enforceable way to improve our community's quality of life. That's all from me.
All right, thank you. I just want to advise both parties. This is a protest hearing. So one of the things I had expressed during the status hearing and during this process after roll call, that the agency provided a mechanism for mediation where the parties can sit and discuss and see if they can settle this matter. However, that was not successful in that case. So the board is now left with the decision, and the decision the board will make at the end of this hearing is whether we're going to renew this license without conditions, and whether or we're going to or we're not going to renew it. I'm not sure exactly what the protestant is asking for, or the protestant is asking us to renew the license. But these are the conditions that they're asking, that if the board is going to renew the license, these are the conditions that they're under. These are the conditions that the board should impose on the license. This is not a discussion, all right? We're past the discussion stage. If the parties believe that they want to settle this matter, or it can be settled, I'll be willing to put the settlement terms in a board order. But we're at a hearing. It's a contested hearing. This is not a matter of we're going to have conversations. So the licensee has to give us reasons why we should renew the license without conditions, without imposing additional conditions, And the protestants, if they want conditions on the license, then they need to give reasons through the argument, through the testimony today. Why is it that the board should impose conditions on the license? I just want, this is not, we're not having a discussion, we're not having a conversation. We're past that stage. You had an opportunity to sit down and hash this out between us, between you, the both parties, to sign a settlement agreement, and you did not do that. So because you are unable to come to an agreement, the board will now make a decision. Based on what we hear today, the board will make a determination whether or not the license is going to be renewed with conditions, without conditions, or not renewed at all. Okay? Does everyone understand the posture of this case?
Yes, Mr. Anderson, I understand. And I also understand that with any decision and with all the respect to the board, we are providing employment opportunities here at Boo's Restaurant. And whatever decision the board makes is going to affect our employees.
Ma'am, that is those are arguments you can make when you present your case, ma'am. I'm just saying procedurally, just letting people know where we are. The arguments that what you're stating now, when you present your case, you can present whatever arguments you need. You can do that. That's what. But I'm just saying, I just want to clarify to the parties where we are, because I'm listening to the opening statement.
I do not disagree with Mr. Anderson with Maya. I believe that everybody can come to an agreement where everyone can work in the community together.
But what I'm saying, ma'am, this is, you have had, both parties have had an opportunity to sit down and try to resolve this. And so we're here today because the parties have been able to resolve it. That's all I'm trying to say to the parties. So this is not we're having a hearing, and you're going to put evidence and you're going to testify. I assume you're going to put evidence, and you're going to testify, and we're going to get the same thing from the protestant. And based on what's presented today, the board will make a decision. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, excuse me, this is not a negotiation. We're no longer in negotiation. If the parties believe that they say, for example, if you want to say, give us half an hour, we believe that we can come up to an agreement, I'm willing to entertain that. If the parties want to talk, if the parties want to call each other and see if they can negotiate a settlement, I'm in favor of doing that. So we can pause this for if the parties believe that they can discuss settlement terms today. But outside of that, we're moving forward with the hearing. I just want to clarify the posture of the cases, and that's all I'm doing. Okay, so there's no agreement. Are there agreements that a party can agree, and we can say, okay, these are the agreements, and the board will memorialize that in a board order? Do we have that, or do we not have that? I guess since I'm not hearing anything from anyone, I'm going to move on with the hearing then. All right. The board will call its first witness, Mr. Mark Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Mark Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, where do you currently employ, sir?
The Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And how long have you worked for the agency, sir?
4 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
To inspect and investigate alcoholic license establishments located within the District of Columbia.
And are you familiar with Boo's Restaurant, sir?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar with this restaurant, with this establishment?
I was assigned a protest investigation for this establishment, as well as visited prior occasions.
Did there come a time that you compile a case report, sir?
Yes.
Can you share your screen, that case report with us? Mr. Oriana, can you please give Mr. Ruiz the opportunity to share his screen, please? Mr. Ruiz, can you identify the document on the screen?
This document is a protest report for Nunez Property Management LLC, trading as Bujo's Restaurant, located at 3521 14th Street Northwest, with a license class CT for renewal.
Now, did you, so were you able to speak to the parties in this case, sir?
I was able to, yes.
So can you just briefly summarize, who did you speak to? As far from the protesting side, who did you speak to, and what is it that they had to say?
I spoke with both Mark Russell and Jessica Mai as protestants representatives. Both basically discuss the noise coming from the establishment being disruptive, as well as the level of intoxication of the patrons exiting and entering the establishment, causing disturbances within their neighborhood and with their buildings, in addition to trash in the rear as well. And also spoke with another protestant, Miss Lynn Lawson, who concurred with the same statement and added the issue with intoxicated individuals parking on her street and causing loud music from the vehicles that she believes comes from this establishment.
All right, so who did you speak to as far as the applicant?
For the applicant side, I spoke with Miss Elvira Ramos and Fernando Santos due to Miss Nunez's absence, and she was unable to communicate with me. Miss Ramos and Mr. Santos own the business and run the operations of the business.
And what information were you able to gather from them?
After discussing what the protestants' issues were raised, they responded basically of this disagreement, dispute originating from a tree in the rear that they could not take down, although it was agreed to be removed. And they believe ever since then, complaints have came from the neighbors, more or less with the intention to go out of business and close from that neighborhood.
So tell me a little bit about the neighborhood where this establishment is located.
This establishment is along the 14th Street corridor northwest. It's located in a multi-use zone for mixed developments and broader range of commercial, institution, and multiple dwelling units. There are, on this particular block, there are several condo buildings that surround this establishment. This establishment is the only ABC licensed establishment on that block, with a few other establishments located just down the street. It's a commercial corridor with mixed-use apartment buildings and residential neighborhoods located behind the establishment as well.
So you're saying this is the only alcohol licensed establishment on this block?
This particular block, yes. The next block starts where most of our ABC establishments are concentrated.
So approximately how many establishments that you have within 1,400 radius?
Within the 1,200 feet radius, our GS system returned 23 establishments that are licensed within that area. 23 establishments licensed with that area that also include entertainment endorsements as well.
All right. All right, you go ahead, please. Go through. I'm looking forward. Move along in your report. I'm looking at my line. What? So can move.
A GAS search was also included for any schools, libraries, recreation centers, or daycare centers in which none were identified within 400 feet of the establishment. The surrounding area immediately surrounding, located at 3521 14th Street, again, is a mix of commercial establishments and residential buildings, and is bounded by the 14th and Parkwood Place Northwest streets.
What are the current? What are the hours that are listed on the placard?
The current hours of operation are from 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. The hours of sales 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday until 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Additionally, they also have entertainment hours on Sunday from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. and Thursday from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. and Friday and Saturday from 7 p.m. to 2:45 a.m.
All right, so during your investigation, were there any visits by our investigators? And can you tell us how many visits and what occurred on each visit?
Yes. A total of 9 visits were made to the establishment. I just would like to make a correction for the report. States 3 between March 9th and March 14th. The correct times is 9 times between April 7th, 2023 and April 30th, 2023. I myself have visited the establishment 8 of those times during that period. During my visits, a no ABC manager was not available, which they received a warning. I also was able to, during the visits, by the protestants, in order to understand the disturbance that they were experiencing, requested to enter their apartments to listen to the noise on 3 occasions between 3519 14th Street and 3523 14th Street Northwest. During those times, the noise that I was able to hear was very minimal, almost faint. It had to concentrate enough to actually listen to it. And then
let me ask you a question, Mr. Ruiz. So how did you arrange how did you arrange with the protestants to go into their apartment? Were these pre-planned visits or were these, tell me a little bit more about, you said that at least three times you went to visit, you were able to go into the protestants' apartment to try to see if it can substantiate the noise. So explain to me, how did that occur, and when did you go, and what occurred during each visit?
So during their initial conversations, I asked that any protestant that wanted me to listen to the volume of the noise coming from the establishment, to be able to document that for the investigation, to understand what the level of disruptance is. It was planned for when the noise was heard that they heard the noise in the apartment, and then we scheduled a time to go out there and meet with them.
So tell me about when was the first visit, and tell me specifically, when was the first visit, what time, and what did you hear?
So the first visit occurred on Saturday, April 15th, 2023, between 10:45 p.m. and 11:50 p.m. I was first contacted by Miss Kiara Earl, who resides in the 3519 14th Street building, adjacent with the establishment's second level. The noise could be heard. The noise was faint during that time.
What do you
And
mean by the? I guess what do you mean the noise was faint? Tell me what that. What does
so
that
it
mean?
was tough to. I mean, you could hear some kind of sound, possibly coming from the bass or vibration, but by the wall. Other than that, I couldn't make out exactly what the music was playing or whatnot. It was just almost very distant. So you could hear some kind of noise, but not tell what exactly it was.
So so was in that visit was a noise violation substantiated?
No, there was not. With the buildings being located in a multi-use zone, we're unable to substantiate any noise violations from those premises.
All right. When else did it? What was the next time you went into the protestants' apartment? When was that?
So shortly after that, I also went Mr. Russell's apartment in the 3523 building, which his apartment is adjacent to the first level of the establishment, and again, very minimal sound, possibly coming from the base of the establishment, but very minimal.
So in this, also on this occasion, were uh, were was the agency able to sustain a noise complaint and an ABCA violation?
No, we were not. Again, the building is a multi-use zoned building.
Explain your saying. You keep on saying it's a building of a multi-use. Explain to me why is that relevant? Why do you keep on? Yeah, why is that relevant? Or is
Because
that
it's considered a commercial dwelling, and our regulations only allow us to substantiate noise violations from a residential zoned premises.
explain that one more time, sir? I didn't quite understand, please.
So our regulations require us to be able to substantiate a violation from a premises if it is zoned residential, not commercial. And commercial is part of a multi-use zone.
And this area is zoned what?
Multi-use 4.
All right. What are the when again did you enter the protestants any of the protestants apartment for noise violation?
We were contacted on Sunday, April 16th, 2023, again to Mr. Russell's apartment with a complaint of the noise. Upon my arrival, he stated that it was turned down and it was no longer heard. And I did verify that it was no longer heard.
Did the licensee know that you were appearing that day?
Not prior to the fact. Each day I did visit the establishment afterwards to assess the level of noise coming inside the establishment and to notify them of the noise complaint. Yeah, so they were notified after my visits.
But I see the reason I'm asking the question because you said that Mr. Russell stated that it was turned down 50%. What does that mean, though?
Means prior to my arrival, the music was lowered and couldn't hear it. So I don't know if it was an issue whether the DJ that was playing stopped playing, usually with DJ noise that amplifies the music, which is a possibility because it's around 11 o'clock p.m. and that is when the DJ hours should be stopped.
Okay. All right. So what about, all right, so any other visits that were made by either yourself or another investigator that were of that any other violations were evident?
Nope. All the other visits did not result in any ABCA violations from those visits.
Now, what about calls for service? Were you able to gather any information regarding calls for service regarding noise complaint?
Yes, I was able to obtain the calls for service from the Office of Unified Communications for the District of Columbia for a period between April 7, 2022 and April 7, 2023, which after a review of those documents, no ABCA violations were substantiated through any of the identified incidents, but I was able to observe and note that the establishment did receive 136 noise complaints.
All right. Now, are there any exhibits to your report?
Yes.
And what are these exhibits?
Exhibit number 1 is a copy of the protestant letter containing the issues that they are having with the establishment. Exhibit number 2 is actually a video file. This was a video provided by the establishment of them installing soundproofing of the measures that they were taking to assist with any noise issues. Exhibit number 3 is a photo provided by the establishment of them installing soundproofing on the second level that abuts 3519 Northwest, 14th Street Northwest. Exhibit number 4 is a DC zoning map that identifies the zoning for that area in that location. Exhibit number 5 is the 1,200-foot ABC establishments GIS map that was provided. Exhibit number 6 and exhibit number 7 are alternative views with a zoomed in or clustered of ABC to identify clusters of ABC establishment. The exhibit number 8 is the 400-foot GIS map for any schools, rec centers, libraries. Exhibit number 9 is a photo to the left of the establishment. These are the neighboring condo buildings as well as non-ABC commercial establishments towards the end of the block. Exhibit number 1 is a view from the establishment across the street, northbound.
Is it number 1 or number 11? What exhibit?
Oh, I'm sorry. This would be number 10. My apologies.
I'm sorry.
Exhibit number 10 is from the establishment across the street going northbound of 14th Street of commercial establishments. Exhibit number 11 is a southbound of 14th Street from in front of the establishment. Includes a residential building and commercial establishments. And then directly across the street from the establishment, which is a gas station, for exhibit number 12. Exhibit number 13 is a photograph of the establishment located with the orange and black and District of Columbia flag decoration, with 3523 being to your left and 3519 being to your right, the condo buildings. Exhibit number 14 is a photo of the first level as you enter the establishment with the bar to the right. Exhibit number 15 is a photo of the bar area. Exhibit number 16 is the rear of the first floor area that leads to the kitchen. Exhibit number 17 is behind the bar photo with the large speaker that was being utilized during the complaints. The exhibit number 18 is a second floor area. Exhibit number 19 is another view from the second floor of the establishment. Exhibit number 20 is another view of the second floor of the establishment, as well as exhibit number 21, second floor of the establishment. Exhibit number 22 shows the kitchen area. Exhibit number 23, additional kitchen area. Exhibit number 24, this kitchen and storage area off from the kitchen. Exhibit number 25 is additional storage area. Exhibit number 26 is another storage area. Exhibit number 27 is the rear of the kitchen area that leads to the rear of the property. Exhibit number 28 is a photo of the trash area that is located directly behind the establishment. Exhibit number 29 is additional expanded view of the trash area of the rear of the property. Exhibit number 30 will be the calls for service that were provided by the Office of Unified Communications. Exhibit number 31 is a copy of the settlement agreement that's currently with the establishment. Exhibit number 32 would be a video file.
And what's that video file?
The video 32 is a video file that includes one of the management members, Mr. Santos, in front of the establishment displaying intoxicated behavior and falling over. Exhibit number 33 is a video of a patron urinating on 3519 property. Appeared to come from Buho's restaurant. Exhibit number 34 is another video file of a early morning trash pickup. Exhibit number 35 is a video from March 18th during the establishment's closing time. Exhibit number 36 is a video of March 24th, 2023's closing time. And exhibit number 37 is a video of April 1st closing time. And that's complete of the exhibits available.
All right, thank you, sir. You can close your screen. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Investigator Ruiz.
And good afternoon, Mr. Short.
Will you pull up from your report Exhibit 27 again, please?
Yes. Exhibit number 27, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, that's page 7. 5, 26, 27.
Okay. So is that a rear exit door?
That is.
So is that the way patrons would have to leave there if there was something that happened on the 14th entrance side?
If there was an emergency and they had to exit, yes, that would be the way to get out of the building through the rear.
So am I seeing something directly in front of that door? And can you tell me if I do, what is that?
Those are some kind of cans. Yeah, some kind of possibly trash or recycle cans from inside.
was the club open or was the restaurant open when these pictures were taken?
No, they were closed for business at that time.
Have you ever been into the restaurant when they were open?
I have.
Did you happen to go back in this area or see anything in the rear of the area of the restaurant?
Yeah, I've made multiple trips back and forth through the rear. Yes. And no, I haven't seen this area blocked up like this before.
Did you take this picture?
I took this picture, yes.
Okay. Also, you said that you visited a residence and you heard faint noise inside, correct?
Yes.
And according to our code, section 25-725, you say you heard a faint noise inside. Faint, correct?
Yes.
But you also testified that if it's residential or if it's not residential, then it doesn't matter whether it was faint or not. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Ruiz, we've established that it's a multi-use zone and that you had there were 9 visits of which you did 8.
Correct.
And on those 8 visits, did you ever observe any violations of Arbor codes or ABCA codes?
No.
All right.
No,
And
sir.
my last question is, on 14th Street itself, you showed us several pictures that showed the gas station directly across the street. And then I guess about half a block down from that is a fire station. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
So it can be kind of noisy in the neighborhood with a fire station on 14th Street. Would that be correct to say?
Yeah, that would be expected, yes.
Okay. Saturday, April the 16th, you made some testimony about someone visiting a residence on that date. Were you there on that particular date?
Yes, I was. I did make that visit, yes.
And just for the record, again, will you tell us exactly what you observed or what you heard on Saturday, April the 16th?
I'm sorry, let me just refer back to that to make sure. April 16th. Yes, so April 16th. Yep. So Mr. Russell contacted for a noise complaint, stating that he'd heard loud bass coming from the establishment through his wall, at which I then responded to his apartment to understand what he was hearing. Upon my arrival, as he stated that he could no longer hear the noise, as well as I could not hear the noise as well.
Okay.
And then I did enter. Then after that, I did go to the establishment to notify them of the complaint. And on the interior of the establishment, I was able to hear minimal music, bass free, at a conversational level.
And then my last question would be, will you please state again the hours of operations where they can sell alcohol when the restaurant is open?
Yep. So for the sale of alcohol, it's 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. on Sundays through Thursday, and 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for an excellent report, Investigator Ruiz. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Brandis.
Well, thank you. Investigator, thank you for your presentation and your report today, but I have a couple questions. Under paragraph C, it says licensee interview. Did you actually interview the licensee during this period?
I was unable to. I interviewed their representative.
So on the licensee interview, there was no, during this period, you did not interview the licensee at all. So you mentioned that there's a Mr. Santos and Ms. Ramos that you met when you went to the establishment. Did either one of them present a manager's license to you?
Yeah, Ms. Alvaro, Janet Ramos, she is an ABC manager.
Ms. Ramos is an ABC manager.
That's correct.
And Mr. Santos?
He is not.
So is it your understanding that the license is actually owned by an individual and not an entity like an LLC or a corp? Just so I can understand what the true ownership is.
I understand the license to be owned by Gladys Nunez and Francisco Nunez underneath with the LLC. But
Okay,
they are listed as the owners.
along with the LLC, or are they individually listed as the owners?
They're individually listed.
So it's your understanding that there is more than one owner of this establishment?
Mr. Brandon, there's only one owner of this establishment. We have established that at the beginning. Sorry, that.
I think Mr. Ruiz Investigator Ruiz, I think, is saying he understood that there are two owners.
Yes. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Investigator Ruiz?
Yes.
Am I incorrect? I thought from reading your report that you were made under the impression that there were more than one owner of the establishment.
Are we talking about the establishment or the license? There's two different, remember, in this particular case, there is the license owner, and then there's a different person who rents the restaurant.
But I'm reading the report, and the report, at least from my reading, says that the ownership is with Mr. Santos as well.
No, Ms. Ramos and Mr. Santos owned the business. Ms. Gladys Nunez is a licensed owner who submitted the application.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions by any board members? Mr. Ruiz, I'm sorry, who did you speak to again as part of the investigation? Who did you speak to?
I spoke with Elvira Ramos and Mr. Fernando Santos, who run the business on the applicant side.
All right, so when you went there, you spoke to, how do you know that they ran the business?
They told me.
And what language do you use to speak to the folks who ran the business?
English.
Ms. Nunez, do you have any questions you want to ask Mr. Ruiz about his testimony?
No, I don't have any question. I believe that I'm on board with the presentation that he made because we have been
Ma'am,
backwards.
ma'am, you can, this is not the time for explanations. If you have a question, you ask a question. If you don't have any questions, you have no questions with this presentation.
Okay, the question that I have for Mr. Ruiz, having 23 establishments that have liquor license in the area, how can anyone determine who is urinating in the streets and where that patron is coming out of?
During my review of the video, the patron or the individual is observed going back to Buho's. So they've had to enter your front patio area, and we're going towards the front of the building.
The reason that I asked that question, because in that particular area, you would have patrons who would walk from one establishment to the other. And sometimes they go to one establishment and get intoxicated in that establishment, and they won't sell them any alcohol. So they cross the street to go to a different establishment to order alcohol. And it's very difficult to determine where they're coming from and when they urinate in the street, why they urinate in the street, when we have provided for the customers, the patrons, 2 bathrooms within the establishment.
Are you asking Mr. Ruiz a question?
Yes, I am.
Are you able to answer the question, sir?
What is the question?
The question is, with the patrons that do business in that area, they walk from one establishment to the other. They so close to one another that they walk to each establishment. And sometimes when they are denied service in one establishment because they're intoxicated, they would cross to the other establishment to see if they could order alcohol. How can you determine where they're coming from?
Just from the direction that the individual is coming from on the video. I don't recall the beginning, maybe perhaps I would have to re-review the video in the beginning to see where he came from again.
My next question, with the 136 complaints that you receive about the noise, where exactly is the complainer complaining that the noise is coming from?
Those particular complaints are from the Office of Unified Communications. We did not respond to all of those. We at the agency received 58 complaints. During those complaints, it is said the noise is coming from the establishment.
That's not possible. When these new buildings were built around the establishment has been there for years, since the 90s. The establishment has been there with the liquor license. The new buildings, they're supposed to be building them up to code, but they're not soundproof, they're not noise proof. We had endured the cost of...
Ma'am, you have to ask him a question. You're more so, I'm not trying to interrupt, but I need you to ask him a question. I'm not necessarily saying you can give that during your testimony. Now you're asking him, please ask him a direct question, ma'am.
How loud and where the...
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just want to make sure you're asking him questions and not testifying. You don't get an opportunity to do that. I can't hear you, ma'am. What happened? Something happened to your... I can't hear you. Hold on. Something is going on with her sound. Speak again, Ms. Nunes.
My question to Mr. Ruiz. How...
Is it... Hold on. Can folks hear her, or is it just me not hearing?
It's really hard, but...
All right, Ms. Nunes, something is going on with your volume.
Let me get help. Hold on.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
There you go. There you go.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Ruiz, how can you determine where the noise is coming from when you have 23 establishments in the area? And it's a mixed-use neighborhood where you have residential and commercial establishment. There's 23 liquor licenses in that vicinity,
I
very
understand.
close to one another.
The closest establishment to your establishment is across the street at the end of the block. The noise being supposedly heard is coming through the wall of your establishment, and your establishment is the only establishment within those couple of buildings right there.
But we soundproof the walls after the fact to be able to mitigate the noise.
What's your question?
Is the sound still going through the wall after the walls were soundproofed? That's my question.
The complainants state that there's noise coming through the wall, and I heard very little noise.
It's not possible if you soundproof a wall to hear noise through the wall once the wall has been soundproofed.
Ma'am,
Is it?
can you answer the question? Are you able to answer the question, sir?
I believe I answered it. I mean, there was some sort of noise heard through the wall from where the establishment is located.
Was that music, Mr. Rose?
Sounded like music, but I couldn't tell you what was playing at the time.
Could you hear individuals talk on the other side?
No,
Can you hear them make any sort of noise, loud noise?
I could not.
Do you think it would disrupt the neighbors? The noise that you heard would disrupt the neighbors? It was out of contents?
I can't say what would disrupt the neighbors. No,
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz.
you're welcome.
That's all.
All right, who's gonna cross-examine the witness? Is that you, Ms. Mays, or Mr. Russell? Who's gonna cross-examine the witness? Have one person, who's gonna do it? Does the protestant have any questions for the witness?
Yes, I will go ahead and provide some questions to the witness.
So it's only one person can question. Each time we have a witness, only one person can question. So you and Mr. Russell need to coordinate. All right. Okay, go ahead.
So, Mr. Ruiz, can you go ahead and confirm for the group one more time whether or not you were able to confirm that any sound has been coming through the walls during the times you visited the residence?
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you. Additionally, can you go ahead and walk us through again the number of noise complaints that you have received? We understand that you said that there were 136, and how many out of those 136 did you personally field?
136 calls were taken from the Office of Unified Communications. I do not know the exact amount that I personally fielded. Majority of those calls get routed to the police department, so police officer would have more than likely went there. Our agency directly took in 58 calls for noise complaints. And again, I can't recall exact amount that I personally fielded.
Okay, great, thanks. So you can only basically speak to your specific experience addressing the noise complaints that you received, but the remaining body of noise complaints, can you tell us like what the results of those were, or do you not know?
I do not know.
Okay, great, thanks. We also have a question regarding your interaction with Mr. Fernando Santos. Was there a conversation that occurred with him during the period of time that you were assigned to perform the investigation?
Yeah.
Can you provide us some context as to what you and Mr. Santos discussed during that time?
Discuss the noise, steps that he took with the soundproofing, and he expressed that these issues again seem to stem from a dispute over a tree in the rear, and that he just believed that the neighbors do not want the business in the neighborhood. That was roughly our conversation with him. And then multiple other conversations in response to the level of noise and noise complaints that come from the establishment that have been made about the establishment.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Do you have any data or any documentation from the licensee or BUHO staff or operations that specifically document any of the situations that they've discussed with you?
Documentation? No, documentation.
So everything that you're stating to us is basically their recount of what they have experienced, but there is no actual reporting or documentation similar to the 136 noise complaints that have been reported to the city.
No.
Mr. Ruiz, can you also detail to us any interactions that you had with BUHO's staff members or managers during the evenings that you conducted visits to the residence units?
Conversation was about a complaint being made and the level of music.
Great, thank you. Once again, so can you go ahead and confirm that there is still actual noise coming from the establishment itself, from your observation, standing inside of the units of the residents on both sides of BUHOs, namely the 3519 and 3523 residential properties?
Sound was heard coming from that direction, yes.
Great, thank you. That concludes the questions from us.
Thank you. Mr. Ruiz, I want you to go back to your report. I need to upload your report, and I need to get.
You want to share it?
Share your report, please. Yeah, I need to go to the investigative history, and I need to find out, are there?
Oh, I think hold on once.
Yeah.
Do you see it?
Yes,
report?
I can see.
Okay.
Yeah. I need to go to the investigative history, and I'm trying to find out whether or not are there any ABCA noise violations in their investigative history.
This is their investigative history.
Are there any ABCA noise violations in their investigative history?
No.
And the history extends from what period to what period is the history
Extends from 10/18/2020 to April 11th, 2023.
All right, thank you. All right. All right, thank you, Mr. Ruiz, for your testimony today. All right, it's 12:36. I apologize that I am going to do this, but the bottom line is that we have been doing this since 9:30 today, and so that's over 3 hours, and it's time for I need to take a lunch break. So I'm gonna when we come back from lunch, the licensee will put their case on, and let me address this issue from before we go to lunch. Ms. Nunes, do you have witnesses that you plan to call?
Yes, Mr. Anderson, I have Mrs. Ramos here. And like I said, we have a list of witnesses that Mrs. Ramos brought with her that I would like.
I still haven't seen this list of witnesses. So she's here. So you want to call her the witness, and she has a list of how many people?
How many? 5? It's a total of 5 people.
So you want to call 6 witnesses, but you never submit a PIP. So why should the agency, since if they're I guess what all right, so
Mr. Anderson.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm on board with you. I don't have a problem. I'm going to present Ms. Ramos today, and we'll leave it at that.
And I guess
with all the confusion with Mrs. Ramos in the list that she was supposed to submit in the time frame and what she was supposed to submit and that she didn't submit, we don't have time to actually present any witnesses today except for her.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Anderson, we respectfully reject or object to the licensee's request to have witnesses testify during this time due to the unfairness and the disadvantages that it places us at due to their untimely request to do this. Everybody had the same amount of time to show up and prepare the documents and coordinate, and they did not do that.
All right, Ms. Nunes, any response?
Or with Ms. Maya, I don't have any disagreement.
I can't hear you now. I can't hear you, ma'am.
I haven't touched anything. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm on board with Ms. Maya. We're here to find a solution to be able to move forward with the liquor license. We don't have to call anyone today. I'm on board with what she said.
All right. So what we will do is we're gonna go to lunch. We're gonna take a half an hour lunch break. It is what time is it? It's 12:40. We will be back to continue our case at 1:10. And I need everyone to come directly back to executive. You don't have to log off. You can just if you want, you can put your line on mute. You can turn your camera off. But we will be back on the record at 1:20, where the the licensee will put its case on. So we're off the record until 1:20 because we're at lunch. Thank you.
You.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're back in the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson. We have a request for accommodation to submit to you on the record when you have a moment.
Yeah, hold on, please. I need to make sure all the parties are back.
So much. I appreciate you logging.
I'll have our IT person place the, I think Mr. Russell is trying to log in, so I'll have the login information to participate by phone will be placed shortly in the chat. Well, I see he's on. Let's see. All right. I mean, although I only need 3 board members because 3 board members is a quorum, but I'm waiting for the others to join. So we do have a quorum to start. All right. So, all right. Yes, ma'am. Miss Bennett, you say you had an issue that you want to discuss. We're back. We're back.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Anderson. Hi, everybody. We are requesting to have our witnesses go first before the licensee due to time constraints and the delays in getting the hearing started this morning. We have multiple residents who have been diligently waiting to provide their witness testimony to everybody. And unfortunately, they just can't stay for the entire duration of the hearing because of the time changes and trying to shuffle personal schedules around. We hope that you guys will understand and provide us this accommodation so that we can ensure that all of the witnesses get a chance to provide you their experience.
Do you have an objection to that, Ms. Nunez?
I do not.
And how many witnesses do you have, ma'am? Do you wish to call? How many witnesses do you plan to call this afternoon, Ms. Mayes?
Mr. Anderson, we have on the call, hold on, let me make sure that we have everybody with us presently on the chat and via video. We have Ms. Kiara Earl as a witness, Mr. Tim Brookings as a witness as well, Ms. Serena Samsudin. Unfortunately, we had another witness, Ms. Lynn Lawson, but she couldn't attend today due to a personal appointment.
All right. All right. You wish to call your first witness. Who's your first witness? Who's your first witness, ma'am?
Sure. Can we go ahead and call Ms. Serena Samsudin as our first witness?
Ms. Samsudin, can you turn your video on, please? Ms. Samsudin, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Serena Samsudin, SARINAH SAMSUDIN.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am. You're witness.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am a resident that is on 3519 14th Street, right next to Buo's, and I'm in Unit 1, which is on the ground floor.
Hold on,
Yeah.
ma'am, Miss Samsudin, hold on. Miss Mays, you have to ask her questions, and she needs to respond to the question. She just can't talk. So
Okay.
you need to ask her a question, and she answers to your question. And then once you ask her questions, then Ms. Nunez will have an opportunity to ask her questions, and then the board will ask questions. So you have to ask specific questions, and then she will respond to your question.
Perfect. Okay, great. I'll go ahead and start with the first question. Hey, good afternoon, Ms. Samsudin. Thanks for meeting with us today. Can you go ahead and provide us details on where you currently live? And also, can you go ahead and detail for us the experience that you've had so far with regard to living in the neighborhood, and can you also provide us your concerns as well?
All right. I need you to ask her one question at a time. So I know you're not an attorney, so I don't expect you to play that role, but just ask her specific questions. To ask her one question, let her answer that question. If she doesn't answer that question, you can ask her another question. She can
Sure. Okay, I can do that. Perfect.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right.
Hey, good afternoon, Serena. Can you provide us details of your experience and your concerns today?
Yes. I reside right next to Buo's. Basically, my wall, it shares the same wall as Buo's on my side. And from Monday to Wednesday, it's okay. I don't hear any noise. From Thursday to Sunday, there is noise every day, and it keeps getting worse as the weekend goes by. On Sunday, especially, it's bad because I can hear it when I'm in bed and I can't go to sleep. And then at 5 a.m. in the morning, there's another noise that comes with the recycling or whatever bottles they have in the back. My unit also have a patio that shares Buo's parking area in the back.
Hey, Serena, thanks for that information. Can you also give us additional details about the loudness of noise? Can you describe what type of noise it is as well?
It's music. On Sunday, I think there's the DJ, and I'm not sure whether Friday or Thursday they have a karaoke. So sometimes I hear people singing, and sometimes it's just loud music. And on Sunday, it is a disco kind of music, DJ kind of music.
Great, thank you for that information. Can you also provide us information about noise outside of your unit emanating from the Buho's property?
I don't have like from a front door, I don't really hear, but if I'm on the sidewalk, I can hear.
Can you tell us about any security concerns that you've had in terms of like your personal safety?
Oh yeah, I've had come home and have like people that's loitering in front of buos. Some of the guys that are drunk, they would catcalls or try to talk to me, and I try to just stay away and run into my front door because my front door is directly beside buos.
Thanks for telling us about your experience. Can you also tell us about the customers? Like, are you able to confirm that these people that are safety concerns, are they Buho's customers? Are they regulars? Can you describe them?
The one that I've accounted are men. I cannot really pick them out or say for sure that I see the same person.
So in terms of like your experience, is there anything else that you'd like to share in terms of your concerns about the establishment and any interactions that you've had with the staff or the managers there?
There was a time where a person that works in Buos, I'm not sure his name nor his title. However, he had asked me if I could hear music from my unit. That was about 2 weeks ago. And I told him that I just got in. So like currently I cannot hear, but later on when I'm inside the house, I can let him know. And he said he's gonna knock on my door and check if the sound of the levels in Buos to see if he can hear on my place, but he never did show up.
Can you describe what types of mitigation measures, if any, you have personally taken for yourself to, deal with the noise that you hear from your unit?
Once I usually use earplugs to sleep. I've never used earplugs until I lived there, and I had an important meeting one day, and I knew I had to be awake for on Monday. And because of the Sunday DJ music that happens and it ends really late, usually 3 a.m. or so, I actually slept over at a friend's house because I wanted a good night's sleep before my presentation.
Thanks, Serena. One last question for me. If you could describe or characterize the type of influence that Buho's restaurant has on our community, how would you describe it?
I would say there are a lot of people that come out of there drunk and they loiter. I have 2 gentlemen that has, and I cannot confirm if they came from Buos. It was late at night. I just opened my door and they're asleep in front of my door. In my fence, so in my property area. On the 2 instances, I have called the MPD, actually.
Great, thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us today about your experience?
No, I think I've stated everything. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That concludes our questions for you.
Ms. Nunez, do you have any questions for her?
Yeah. Before purchasing the unit at 3519, did you take it upon yourself to take a walk through the neighborhood during the daytime, nighttime, and in the afternoon to observe the activity around the neighborhood before purchasing this unit?
I did.
And what did you think of that then when you did that? Do you think it was the proper decision to buy a unit right next to a restaurant that's been there for years?
Yeah,
What changed?
I've lived beside a bar and a restaurant before, Miss Nunes. So yeah, I've never had any problems.
Now, do you aware that there's a lot of-
Miss Nunez, get closer to the microphone. I don't know why I can't hear you now.
Serena, are you aware that there are a lot of homeless people that live in that area? And that looter in
Yes.
that area?
Yes.
Are you aware that there is a problem with the homeless in that area? Sleeping and littering in the streets?
Yes.
Please excuse my phone. I got to turn back off. Are you aware that these people have a problem, that they come from third world countries, leaving a lot of problem behind? And when they come to this land, they drink and they entertain a lot of bad behavior in terms of living on the streets and drinking. Their hygiene is not up to par, and loitering in that specific area where you bought your unit? Are you aware of that?
I don't know where they come from, Miss Nunes. I'm not aware where they come from.
You should. If you say you looked at the area before you purchased your unit. I lived in the neighborhood.
Is that a question? Is there a question in here, Miss
Hold on,
Nunes?
ladies. I'm sorry,
Yes,
Miss.
it's
All
a
right,
question.
hold on, Miss Nunez. Hold on. All right, Miss Nunez, I need you to ask a question. Miss Samsudan, I need you to listen to the question and answer it if you can. I do not need you to have both, if you to have to speak at each other. One person asks a question, the other person answers. That's what we're going to have today. Go ahead. So repeat the question that you're asking, Miss Nunez, Miss Samsudan. If you're able to answer the question, you can. If not, you say you can't. So please repeat the question, ma'am, that you asked.
Are you aware that there are a lot of homeless in that area?
Yes.
Why would you purchase a unit in an area where there's a lot of homeless and there are a lot of
It's none of
businesses with liquor license?
it's none of your business.
Thank you, Serena. No further questions.
Any questions by the board member, by any board member? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Ms. Samsudan. For the record, please give your address.
3519 14th Street, Northwest, Unit 1.
39
3519.
3519. Okay. And how many
14th
years?
Street,
How many years have you been there?
1.5 years.
Excuse me? How many
One
years?
and a half years. 1.5.
And does your wall abut the restaurant?
Yes, sir.
How has your life been since moving there a year and a half ago?
Can you repeat that question, sir?
How has your life at home been since moving next door with a wall adjoining a restaurant?
It was okay until at night. During the day, it's fine. And some days are better than others. So I say Mondays are always tough at work because Sunday, the loud music is pretty loud. It usually disturbs me sleeping, but any other day, it's not so bad with the earplugs.
Are you aware of any noise mitigation, soundproofing been done by the restaurant on your wall?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. That's all I have for this witness, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by the board members?
Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sam Suden. I just want clarification from your testimony. You mentioned that on one occasion, there was individuals sleeping inside of the building or inside of the floor where you live. I'm just trying to get a better sense of what you were testifying to.
Oh, it's not inside the building. However, it's inside the fence. There's a walkway to my door, to my front door. So yeah, right there.
And are you testifying that these individuals came from this establishment? I'm just trying to once again understand why it's part of your testimony.
I can't confirm that the person came from the establishment.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Excuse me. Any other questions by any of the board members? Ms. Nunes, do you have any other questions you want to ask her based on the questions that were just asked by the board? Your questions have to be based on the questions that the board members just asked, ma'am. Ms. Nunes, do you have any questions to ask her based on the questions that the board members just asked, ma'am?
No, Mr. Anderson, thank you.
All right. Ms. Mayer, do you have any redirect of the witness?
No, sir, we have no redirect questions for the first witness, and we're prepared for the second.
Ms. Samsulan, thank you very much for your testimony today. You're free to go. Thank you very much. All right. Who's your next witness, ma'am?
Mr. Anderson, we'd like to call on Kiara Earl to provide her witness testimony this afternoon.
Ms. Earl, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes. First name is Kiara, Kiara. Last name is Earl, Earle.
Thank you very much. Your witness, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hey, Kiara, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Can you also confirm for us your current address?
Yes. I reside at 3519 14th Street Northwest, Unit 2, Washington, D.C. 20010.
Perfect. Thank you. So, Kiara, can you go ahead and provide us some background on how long you've lived at 3519 and characterize for us your experience?
Yes. I first moved into Unit 2 of the residence December 2022. I reside there full time and oh, sorry. Yes. So I've moved there since December 2022. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you ask me to characterize my experience as well?
Yeah, what have been your observations about Buho's restaurant operations since your time moving in there?
My first impression is that their hours are really long. The first thing I noticed is that well into 2 to 3 a.m. on weekdays, I can still hear music coming from the restaurant, as well as vibrations from the wall, which I share with the restaurant. Given the nature and size of the room, my bed has to make contact with the wall, so it's constantly there. Some nights are better than others. However, consistently, I'd say maybe once a week, I hear music, and it is music coming from the restaurant at 2 to 3 a.m. And this has been on a Tuesday or Wednesday night. The weekends, loud music as well. But I've lived in DC for a number of years, so I expected that. My problem has mostly been Sundays and weekdays when it's well into the morning, where music has woken me up out of my sleep.
Thanks for that information and detailing us your experience so far. You mentioned that you have been a DC resident for a while. How has your experience living next to Buhos been different from other experiences in DC? Can you speak to like the noise and any security concerns specifically?
Sure thing. So I previously lived in DuPont Circle, about 5 minutes from the station, around a number of other restaurants and bars. I have never heard their music as early as 2 to 3 a.m. on weekdays. And I've been in DC and I've walked the neighborhood. So I am familiar with, living on a busy street. Specifically, I've never had a business's music or noise level um, enter my residential unit at those hours.
Thanks for that information. So regarding the noise that is entering your residential unit, what types of mitigation measures have you personally taken to, deal with the noise, and how has that impacted your well-being?
Yes, so I have severe sinus issues and have been experiencing vertigo lately. So I don't feel comfortable using earbuds. They mess with my ears. So my roommate and I have kind of resorted to putting on fans to try to drown out the noise to make white noise. That is the best we can do. But in terms of the vibrations themselves, I can't really figure out a way to mitigate against those. Against that issue.
Gotcha. Okay, my next question for you really has to do with characterizing the observed vibrations that you discussed, and also the nature of the noise. Can you tell us, like, if it's live music, or if it's recorded music, or if it's a DJ? Like, can you tell us more about it, and also the vibrations themselves?
Yes, so on days where there's live music, which I believe is sometime during the weekend, that can be heard in the front of the unit. Um, the the unit is basically one rectangle with both bedrooms at the back of the unit towards the alley, and then the common space in the front of the unit. When live music is playing, we can definitely tell and can sometimes even feel vibrations in the front of our unit. It is not as bad in the back. However, in the bedrooms, we can definitely hear recorded music or DJ. I'm not sure which, but I do know that it is consistent music that's playing from some sort of speaker. Um, it is noticeable because other street noise from our unit cannot be heard really, especially in the front of the unit. We have a bus stop there. I don't hear that. We have, other just street noise that's not noticeable. But like I said, in the hours of past midnight, well into 2 to 3, I can hear specifically music and music only coming from that wall that I share with the restaurant.
Thank you, Kara. Regarding the times that you can hear noise, can you detail for us like the latest hours into the morning that you can hear music and other disruptive types of activity?
Yes, so there was that one time I invited the inspector Elise into the unit, into the bedroom to come hear the noise. A separate time, I want to say about a week after his visit, around April 25th, I was woken up at 2 a.m. due to the noise and vibrations as well. And I believe that was a Tuesday or Wednesday morning, technically. Um, it is very inconsistent. Some nights it's fine, some nights it's harder to really ignore. But that's been going on and off for the past couple of months now.
Thank you. My next question for you has to do with the surrounding area. Can you describe to us what the exterior looks like outside of your building, neighboring Buho's restaurant?
Yes, so unit 2, there are steps leading up to the unit. Sorry, exterior steps before you get to the building that has a locked door. Um, that space, a thin or metal railing separates that space from the Buho's restaurant. I am a coach at a small business down on U Street. I coach mornings and I coach evenings, and there is always someone outside of Buhos when I'm coming and going. Um, the back area, we have a garage a garage door that separates our parking spaces from the alleyway, and we share a fence with the Buhos. I can hear people taking out trash and bottles at different hours from the exterior. I haven't noticed anyone in our particular property area, but the sensor lights for our security floodlights are regularly going off from movement in the back area at various times.
Great, thanks for the details. Another question for me is, tell us about how the activity at Buhos inside and outside of the establishment makes you feel.
Generally, I feel uncomfortable with strangers or people knowing exactly where I live, and a number of times the individuals, usually men that are standing outside of the Buhos restaurant on the fence, watch me come and go. So it just makes me feel uneasy. Um, they haven't said anything to me in particular, at least nothing that I've noticed. But generally, people coming in and out, I feel like it's there. They're always there. There's always someone there. And at times I do, you know, I do keep my window shut because I don't want the noise coming in or I don't want people peering into my unit. But generally, that's how it makes me feel.
Do you feel safe when you're entering and exiting the house?
I feel relatively safe as I did living in DuPont. But I feel watched all the time.
And by feeling watched, you mean you feel like you're being watched by the Buhos patrons and staff?
Um, I'm not sure who outside is staff or patron, but there are individuals outside of Buhos who do watch me go in and out. And they specifically do watch me because as I'm turning to close the door, they're still looking up at me, conversing with each other.
To your knowledge, do you have any idea if Buhos has any security procedures in place?
I have no knowledge of that.
Great, Kiara. Do you have any other observations or information, details that you'd like to share with us today?
Nothing at this time.
Great, thank you. That concludes the questions from me.
Thank you. Ms. Nunes, do you have any questions for her? What did you say, ma'am?
Kiara, when you moved in December of 2022, did you walk in the neighborhood before moving into that unit? Are you the owner of that unit?
I am not the owner of the unit. I did walk.
Tenant.
I am a tenant.
Okay.
I did walk the neighborhood of the unit before I agreed to move in. I work down the street, down 14th Street, and I'm familiar with Columbia Heights as I've had a number of friends who live there as well.
And did you know at the time that you moved in that there would be trash, beer bottles, and other debris that would be taken in and out of the restaurant during business hours? That was to be expected. Did you know that?
I'm not sure what the operations of the business are and your policies for trash and bottles.
The trash is not by the hour of operation, it's by the volume that you have of trash that you need to take out during business hours.
Once again, I'm not aware of that policy.
There's no policy in place. You have trash, you take it out.
I don't hear a question.
Ms. Nunes, I need you to ask, just ask her a question. If she's able to answer the question, she can. If not, we'll move on.
Kiara, when you moved in, you didn't know that there was trash, that it was going to be taken out continuously?
Once again, I'm not sure how your business operates.
Any business that is operating in a multi-use facility would have to take
I'm
trash
sorry,
out.
so is there a question?
I'm sorry.
It is a question.
Lady, I'm sorry. All right. Okay, hold on. The only person who can speak is Ms. Mays. If there's an objection, she can raise it. No one else can speak. Mr. Oriana, can you please mute everyone else on the phone except for Ms. Earl, Ms. Mays, and Ms. Nguyen? All right, Ms. Nguyen, do you have a
Miss
question? Ask
Kiara,
what the question that you have for Ms. Earl.
Miss Kiara, do you know that when you live next to a restaurant that has an alcohol license, they frequently go out to put the trash out during the night?
I've lived next to restaurants with alcohol licenses.
You're the first person that I hear that have concerned or that is bothered by the trash being removed from a commercial space that is conducting business.
My observation was not that I have a problem with trash being removed. I said I can hear it from my unit at various hours, usually 2 to 3 a.m.
My next question for you. You complained about the music, that
Yes.
the music is loud. Before you rented that unit, did you ask the owner of the unit if their wall was soundproof?
Yes, I did walk in the unit. I talked with the owner of the unit to talk about the noise levels. Also, I toured the unit at various times. I did not tour the unit at 2 and 3 in the morning.
But you said that you hear the music at different hours during the week, not just the weekend. You mentioned the week.
Yes.
And you mentioned noise
midnight.
on the 25th of April, which was a Tuesday.
Yes.
A Tuesday.
2 to 3 a.m. Tuesday morning.
The business closed at 2 a.m. So how could you hear noise at 3 a.m.?
Ma'am, I'm telling you the noises that I've heard coming from that wall of that business.
Not at 3 a.m. You couldn't possibly hear noise at 3 a.m. Could you if the business was closed? Could you hear noise?
If the business were closed, no. However, I heard a noise at 2 and 3 a.m.
How could you hear a noise at 3 a.m. when the business was closed at 2?
Respectfully, I feel like I've answered your question.
Ma'am, you can't answer the question. All right. I need folks to answer questions. The question has been asked. The witness will answer the question. It is not up to the witness to state she has or has not. That is up for Ms. Mayers to object if she believes that the question is asked and answered. Okay? But there are no attorneys here. All right? So that's why I'm been very flexible with the parties. But I expect one party to answer a question and the other person to answer the question if they can. All right? Okay. You have another question you want to ask Ms. Nunes?
Yes. Kiara, are you being forced by Maya to complain about the noise, complain about the music being played at different hours, like you mentioned?
No, Jessica Mai has not coerced me to give any testimony today.
How many parking spaces are there in your building?
There are currently 2 parking spaces.
And who owns those 2 parking spaces that you know of?
One of the parking spaces is we connected with our unit. Unit
belongs to who? Who does it belong to?
Jessica Mai. She owns the unit that I reside in.
And who owns the other parking space, the second parking space? Who owns it?
I'm actually not clear on that. I believe unit.
For the record, I can interject. The second parking space that is owned.
No, ma'am, you can't. You can't. Only two people are speaking right now, and you are the attorney, so you can only ask questions unless if you're going to testify later on, I will swear you in and you can testify. But at this juncture, only two people can speak. Ms. Nunez asks the questions and Ms. Earl answers the questions.
The question is, who owns the second parking space in that unit? That's a small unit. It only has 3 units. Who owns the second parking space?
There are 4 units in our building.
Okay, who owns the other parking space?
I'm not sure who has ownership, but I believe one of the owners, or sorry, one of the tenants in Unit 4 uses that parking space.
The owner of Unit 4 owns that parking space.
I'm not sure. I'm giving you what I think. I know that one of the
But I am
parking
sure that he
spaces-
owns it.
Ma'am, you asked her a question. She said she's not sure. Let's move on.
You say you can hear the noise from the parking space. You say you share the fence. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a fence that separates Bujos from the parking spaces.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any questions by the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Yeah. You've testified to being able to hear noise within your unit at 2 to 3 a.m. The licensee, I understand, operates 7 days a week. Do you hear noise in your unit after 10 p.m. on any other night than the weekend that you talk about, that you mentioned?
Yes. After 10 p.m., I can definitely hear noise.
So on an evening that you hear noise after 10 p.m. in your unit, do you continue to hear noise on those evenings to 2 and 3 in the morning?
I believe so, but inconsistently.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You mentioned loitering in front of the restaurant or the tavern.
Yes.
How often do you see the loitering?
Almost every night.
Are there any no loitering signs anywhere close to the entrance of the establishment?
Not that I can recall.
It's been a question asked, and I don't know if you have the answer, but I'd like to ask the question of you. Do you know or do not know whether these persons loitering are clients or associated with the restaurant or the tavern?
I do know some of them are. I've seen them go in and out of the restaurant before.
So the same persons you see loitering, you've identified as persons you've seen come and go from the inside and outside of Butos.
Yes, coming and going outside of Bujos.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Ms. Nunez, any questions of her based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes, I would like to ask Kiara. Out of
Come closer to I don't know what's going on with your equipment. So, and I can't blame you because the equipment is owned by the agency. So just get close to the equipment, ma'am. All right.
what encounter, if any, have you had with the homeless people that reside in that area?
I haven't encountered many homeless people in the area. Those that I have, they don't really address me.
Have you had any problem going into your unit with the homeless people that reside and sleep in that area?
I don't know if these individuals are homeless. However, I have had people standing outside of my gate and have had to ask them to move in order to enter our unit. Yes.
These are homeless people. Did you know that? Were
I
you
don't
aware of
know
that?
if I am not sure if they are homeless or not. I see a lot of people, but I have had people standing outside of my gated unit where I have to ask them to move in order
They
to
stand there
enter.
all the time. They've been there for years.
Miss
You
Miss
have not
Nunez,
noticed?
Miss
Objection, the
Nunez,
witness has answered the question.
all right, Miss Nunez. All right. You're asking questions. You're being argumentative. Ask her a
The
question.
question
If
is,
you don't,
the question
she,
is, again,
hold on, ma'am, hold on. You ask her a question. She's answering to the best of her ability. Okay, so that's how it goes. You ask her a question. She answers to the best of her abilities. If she doesn't know, she doesn't know. Okay, you can't convince her who it is if she says she doesn't know. Okay, all right.
the other question that I have for you, would you recognize these people that hang around your front door if you see them again?
I'm not sure.
Have you seen any of those people that hang around your door more than once hanging around the door?
I see a lot of individuals hanging around outside of Buhos and our gated unit.
Would you recognize them if you saw them again?
As I've answered, I'm not sure.
You don't know if these people are reoccurring?
I'm not sure. Usually when I come home around 8 to 10 p.m. at night. I coach evenings as well as participate in other activities. When I come home, at times there are 3 to 7 men standing outside of Buhos and sometimes spilling in front of our gate. It is dark outside. I try to get inside of my unit.
I would agree with you that there were 8 to 10 men hanging around your door because they live in that neighborhood and they hang out. I agree with you on that. They're homeless.
Miss Nunez, are you asking her a question, ma'am?
I am.
What's the question you're asking her, ma'am?
The question of the 8 to 10 men that she see hanging around are homeless, aren't they?
I do not know whether or not they are homeless.
You have another question, ma'am?
No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Mayes, do you have any redirect?
No, sir, no questions from me.
Thank you. Yeah, do you have another witness you wish to call, ma'am?
Thank you all.
I'm sorry, Ms. I apologize. Thank you very much for your testimony today. I do apologize.
No worries. Thank you for your time.
You're free to go. Thank you. All right. Ms. Mayes, do you have another question? Do you have another witness?
Yes, Mr. Anderson, we have an additional witness today. His name is Tim Brookings.
Mr. Brookings, can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Yes, my name is Timothy Brookins, Timothy. Last name is Brookins.
Thank you, sir. Your witness, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Tim. Thank you for joining us this afternoon to provide your testimony. Can you go ahead and provide us your address and how long you have lived at that location as well?
Sure. I am at 3519 14th Street, Unit 3. I've been here for just over a year now.
Great, thank you. Can you go ahead and contextualize for us the noise or any security concerns that you have from your residents?
Yeah, so to start with the noise, I can really confirm some of the things that we've already heard about the music coming through the walls. I'm a level up from Buhos, and I'm still hearing the thumping of the music through the walls. So I can only imagine what that sounds like at the lower levels. Additionally, the glass being dumped at late hours has woken me up on a fairly regular basis. There are times that has been 3:30, 4 a.m. just to provide that context. Additionally, on the more of the security front, there is certainly a consistent crowd of loiterers outside of both our fence and the Buhos establishment on a daily basis. And then I guess another thing that I would mention is there have been instances of catcalling of people that have been either inside coming out of the Buhos establishment or loitering outside that I have witnessed go back in that are catcalling both female residents of the building as well as female guests that have visited the building.
Hey, Tim, so let's go back to the glass trash dumping situation. I want to kind of focus on that. Can you describe us in terms of like the near vicinity of the buildings? Are there any other businesses that serve alcohol? Are there any other bars or restaurants that serve alcohol that you know of that are, you know, within that immediate area of the block?
On the block, no. There's another establishment a block down, but no noise from them ever.
Great, thank you for that information. And so can you confirm that the noise that you're hearing in terms of the trash late at night, that's coming from Buhos?
Yes, I'm very confident in that assessment. It is coming from the Buhos establishment when they're dumping bottles in the early hours of the morning.
Great, thanks for that information. And so to go into the security concerns that you outlined, the people that you have observed outside of the 351 property, can you confirm or characterize, like, are those people that you observe, are they from Buhos or are they from, like, are they other non-residents, or are they, you know, are they other people that might live by, or are they homeless associated? Like, where are they coming from that you have observed these concerns?
So I've seen some loiterers going into and out of the Buhos establishment. I'm not sitting out there on a daily basis tracking who's standing outside my place today, but there are very often there are people, I would assume employees, wearing Buhos shirts that are standing outside having conversations with these broader folks as well. So I really can't say if those people are homeless and they just happen to have a conversational relationship with them, or if they are frequent customers, or who those other people are. But I know that there are people outside of the establishment often engaging with Buhos employees.
Great, thanks for that information. And so can you describe the state of the people that you're observing? Like, for example, are they intoxicated? Are they sober? What types of behavior or activity are they engaging in?
I mean, always people out there having conversations, either among themselves or having phone calls. As far as like state of sobriety, I'm not the best one to assess like a broad group, but I can think of a number of occasions where there have been clearly intoxicated folks out there.
Great, thanks, Tim. My next question for you has to do with incidents on the property itself. Are you aware of, or do you know of any incidents of Buhos customers or staff entering your property without authorization? And what was that activity?
Yeah, so there was an instance where, if I remember correctly, you, Jessica, had a friend that you were with, and you were departing the property. And as you were departing, there were some comments made. I mean, I didn't hear exact words coming from the third level, but it sounded like they were like catcalling, that type of engagement, when that did not land with the two folks leaving the building, one of those individuals brought an unopened beer bottle, opened the gate, came in, and poured a beer on our front steps. So not only did he have alcohol outside of the establishment, but also had an unopened beer that he intentionally cracked in order just to pour on our property.
Great, thanks, Tim. Is there any other information or observations that you'd like to provide for us today?
I think I'll leave it at that. I mean, I really think all of the witnesses that we've had today have really spoken to the experiences broadly of the community.
Tim, my last question for you is a similar question that I asked Serena. In terms of the time that you've spent in our community, how would you characterize buhos and their impact on our immediate area?
I mean, there are plenty of bars and restaurants on the 14th Street area. I don't see like the level of loitering outside of other establishments. I don't see walking by any hour of the day. I don't hear the same issues, say coming back late at night, hearing music elsewhere. This is the one establishment in the entire neighborhood that I've really seen that issue. And being on a resident or being in a mixed use block between two residents just doesn't feel great.
I want to go ahead and circle back to the very initial part of our discussion. So can you confirm that you're on the third floor? You're in the third unit of 3519?
Yes, I'm on the third unit. I'm on the third unit.
Okay, so you are technically 2 levels above buhos then.
I believe so.
What is your assessment in terms of the noise that you hear from buhos? Can you describe to us the type of noise that you're hearing?
So like I'm hearing music, not I can't tell you specifically what music is playing, but I can hear like I can feel the bass. Like there's the thumping that reaches my unit.
So just can confirm, is it noise and also like vibrations, or is it just noise?
It's the thumping sound of bass from music being played.
Okay, great. Thanks. No questions from me. That's it.
Ms. Nunez, any questions for this witness?
Yes, Tim, are you the owner of Unit 3?
I am.
You are. Do you have cameras outside your building?
We do.
You do?
There are cameras set up with the building, yes.
In front of the building?
There are cameras, yes.
So if we were to pull those camera recordings, we would know who is loitering in front of your building, correct?
I wouldn't be able to identify them, but perhaps you could.
I'm sure I could. No disrespect. You said you hear both employees talking outside the premises. How often is that?
If I had to put a cadence to it, I would say once a week. There are people standing outside on a daily basis, loitering, and maybe once a week. If I had to put an estimation on the cadence of buho's employees engaging with those other folks that are standing out there, I would say once a week. And I'm identifying these people based on their buho's shirts. So either it's employees or people that have purchased merch. I don't know how the business operates, but that's what I've seen.
Can you hear their conversation?
Not from my unit, but when I walk around the neighborhood, coming back to my unit, I will see them standing out there.
Normal, you will say a normal conversation, correct?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a particularly loud conversation, but there is a group of loiterers and those employees are engaged with those folks.
It's the business. Wouldn't you expect that from a business?
I would expect a business to either tell loiterers to come inside to the business or to depart the premises.
Are you aware that the business have a license for chairs and tables outside that is not being used right now? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of the license. I know that there are no tables and chairs out there.
But they could be. They could be if we wanted to.
Is that a question?
Yes, that's the question. Did you know that?
And I answered the question.
Could you do anything about that? Or the noise or the loitering, like you said? Could you?
Excuse me?
You not understand the question, sir?
The question that I'm asking you, you said they're loitering outside,
Okay.
that they're making noise, that they out there at least once a week. What if there were tables and chairs placed there? What could you say about that?
There aren't tables and chairs.
But we do have a permit for that.
And if I can continue my comment here, I believe that any license for outdoor dining would be on that little plot that is elevated, that patio area, if you want to call it that. I don't think that includes out onto the sidewalk and in front of our gate, where I've had numerous encounters of having to ask people to move so I could either exit or enter.
I don't disagree with you. There's so many homeless people in that area. I don't disagree with you. I used to push them out all the time because they're constantly hanging out.
Objection.
Is that a question?
Ms. Nunez is badgering the witness and also kind of threatening.
Miss Ma'am, I'm not
Threatening
going to go that
is
far.
Maya.
Hold on. Sorry. I don't believe that she's badgering the witness, and I don't believe that she's threatening the witness. However, I don't think she's asking the witness a question. Ms. Nunez, I need you to ask a specific question, ma'am. I don't need you to, you're testifying, so I need you to ask him. Normally during these type of proceedings, you ask, at least since you are cross-examining a witness, you ask a question that he can answer, he or she can answer yes or no. So that's usually what is it that we try to. But so please, ma'am, I need you to ask him a specific question and during this nature of the proceeding.
Tim, I have a question for you. Do you feel that you are being threatened by a 62-year-old woman like me? Am I threatening you? Do you feel threatened by the questions that I'm asking you or disrespected?
There are many ways to threaten a person.
Have I threatened you today?
Is this relevant to the protest?
Mr. Brookins, I need you to answer the question. And I'm giving folks flexibility, but all right.
Are you threatened by the questions that I'm asking you?
I am not directly threatened by any questions that are being asked right now. However, I understand how threats can actually play out beyond just a one-on-one interaction. So I'll leave it there.
I'm 62 years old.
Miss Nunez, Miss Nunez, all right. We're at a hearing, we're at a protest hearing, whether or not we need to renew your license. Okay? I think we need to move on because we're moving away from the protest issue, which is peace, order, and quiet. And okay, those are the type of issues that we need to talk to. We are not going to be able to address community concerns here that's not relevant to the renewal or non-renewal of this license. So let's get back to the question at hand. So all the we need to questions need to ask that will provide sufficient information to the board so we can make a decision on the renewal of your license, ma'am. Okay. All right. So let's get back. Do you have any other questions for Mr. Brookins?
Yes. When you purchased the unit, did you ask the seller if your wall was proof sound from the noise that would be coming from next door? Did you ever ask that question?
I did not have a conversation with the prior owner. I have lived near many restaurants in my time in DC, and this is the first time that it has been an issue.
Do you know why?
Because other establishments have done what was needed to make sure that the residential properties abutting them are fine.
Did you know that the restaurant was there before the residential property? Before you came?
I did know that, but I don't see the relevance.
The relevance is that that building was built after the restaurant was there. So if the building of that restaurant was of the unit was at a later time, it seems to me that you would inquire if the walls were soundproof. Because the building material that they're using, they're very thin material.
Is there a question?
Yeah,
It's a question. Did you know? Did you ask?
I have been to many friends' places in the DC area that have been above or next to restaurants and bars that have never had this experience of noise in their units.
Do you know why?
Based on my experience with newer residences in mixed use permitted areas, I've never seen that as an issue before. My belief is because all parties involved did their due diligence in soundproofing for the mixed use environment, specifically the emitter of such noise.
But your building is not soundproof, is it? Is it soundproof?
Apparently not, because we
It's not.
we can hear from you, but I can say it was built to code or I wouldn't have bought.
It was not soundproof. Otherwise, you would not be having these issues today. Ours is soundproof now because of all the complaints.
You have a question you're asking.
Soundproofing works both ways. Noise does not get out. Noise does not come in. If we are hearing noise on our side of the wall, logic tells me your soundproof isn't working.
Yours is not working.
Ms. Newlands, I need you to ask. I don't need a back and forth between.
Okay, is your soundproof wall working on your side?
Our residence was built to code, regardless of what you have to say here. The noise is being emitted from your building. We are hearing it in our building. That is the challenge, and that's why we're here today.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brookins, you have had, your testimony is that loitering on the property that is owned and operated by the Buto restaurant is excessive? Is it excessive in your point of view?
In my point of view, I would say yes.
Why is that?
The regularity of it, the volume of it, the regardless of what they may deem as a patio for serving, there are often loiterers that are hanging over on our side of the fence, which is clearly our property, hanging out in front of our gate. So I would consider that excessive.
You also mentioned something about someone wearing employee shirts or shirts with the restaurant's name on it. Is that your testimony?
Yes, I've seen people out there with black shirts with the Buhos name on the chest on a not infrequent basis.
You might not be aware of this, but there is an ordinance in Washington, D.C. about peace, order, and quiet. In your opinion, is the loitering producing or reducing peace, order, and quiet in the 3500 block of 14th Street Northwest?
Could you repeat that?
There is a law dealing with peace, order, and quiet in the District of Columbia. The loitering that you are observing in front of Butos, do you think that's contributing to, or is it a part of, or is it destroying peace, order, and quiet, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it's destroying it.
You also mentioned trash dumping. Can you elaborate on trash dumping in the hours that it's dumped?
Yeah, so there are many occasions in the past year or so that I've lived here that I've been woken up in the middle of the night to trash dumping. By the sound of it, I know it's glass, most likely glass bottles, and that has been the one time I can recall checking my phone to see what time it was. It was 3:45 a.m.
There are other restaurants and CTs in other areas of the city, especially I would say the Connecticut Avenue area, which this board has heard cases in which this board has also helped the community and helped the business in regulating or help regulating the hours that they do the dumping of bottles and trash, and not at 3 o'clock in the morning. Do you think that that would help if that was a part of this license?
I do.
Thank you for your honesty and thank you for your answers. Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Any other questions by any other board member? I just want to ask you one question there, Mr. Brookins. I thought you mentioned the fact that you said that an individual took a bottle of beer or some spirits that they opened on your front steps.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know where this person came from, got that bottle from?
I was not watching where the bottle came from, but they were standing on the Buhos patio, if we're going to call it that, despite no tables or chairs. So they were either bringing alcohol into an establishment that the establishment didn't sell them, or they came from the establishment with those bottles unopened and then proceeded to open them and pour that on our property.
And that's what I'm asking. Do you know whether or not this establishment sells bottles that are unopened?
I've never been to this establishment to be able to say one way or another.
All right, Ms. Nunez, do you have any questions? Do you have any follow-up questions for this witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes. Tim, are you aware that you have a liquor store a few feet away from your property?
I do. I'm aware.
Are you also aware that we give out T-shirts with the Bull's name on the T-shirts to our clients and friends in the neighborhood?
I did not know that, which is why I stated it the way I did previously.
Okay.
You have any other questions?
No further question.
Ms. Mayor, do you have any follow-up, any redirect, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I have just a couple questions for Mr. Brookins. The first one is regarding the beer bottle incident. Is there, to your knowledge, any ring camera footage of the incident that occurred?
I do not recall. There may be.
Great, thanks. And then my next question for you is, how long again have you lived at 3519?
Just over a year now.
Great, thanks. And over the course of that past year or so that you've lived at 3519, how many times before today have you seen Ms. Nunez in our community?
I can't recall. It's certainly not an everyday face.
My next question for you is there still a restaurant next to the liquor store?
There is.
And do you know if that restaurant also serves alcohol?
They do.
Have you ever heard any noise or disruptions from that restaurant?
Never.
How far away would you characterize as the distance from that restaurant to the 3519 building?
I mean, we'll say 30, 40 yards.
Great, thank you. Those are all the questions from me.
Mr. Brookins, thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon, sir. You are free to go.
Thank you.
Ms. Mays, do you have the witnesses or do you rest?
Those are all the witnesses that we have today, sir.
All right. So you rest now? Mean that you rest your case because you have no more witnesses you want to call it.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Nunez, it is your opportunity. Do you have a witness you wish to call?
I do, but I'm not going to call her because there is no translator for her here today. So,
well,
we can move on.
All right, but I also want Ms. Nunez. I want the record to be clear. You did not file a PIP with the agency, and if you had filed a PIP with the agency, you were specifically advised at our April 5th hearing that both parties are required to file PIP 7 days before the hearing. When this hearing was first scheduled, you did not file a PIP because of technical difficulties that you are also having on your part. I rescheduled this hearing for today to allow you to be in our office to ensure that you didn't have any technical difficulties. And I also informed both parties that they can refile their PIP to make sure that if they have witnesses and documents that they want to rely upon, they could have that today. You failed to do that. And so therefore, I want to clarify on the record that I do not want it to be stated that the agency did not provide a translator. The agency did not provide a translator because you informed the agency that you personally did not need a translator, and you further did not put the agency on notice or the other side on notice that you were willing to call a witness and that witness would require translation services. I just wanted to correct the record. Now, ma'am, do you wish to, in order to defend your license, you are allowed to testify because it is no surprise there's no surprise to the protestant that you'd be testifying. So you can have an opportunity today to testify. And what I would do is to swear you in, and then you can testify why is it that you believe your license should be renewed.
I will testify.
Can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And so once you can put your hand down, ma'am. Once you're done testifying, then you can put your hand down, ma'am. Then Ms. Mayes will have an opportunity to cross-examine you, and the board members will also cross-examine you as all other witnesses. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am. No, this is your opportunity to speak.
Oh, you expect me to speak? I thought I was going to be cross-examined.
No, well, you haven't said anything yet for you to be cross-examined, so you have to say something. So therefore, so this is your opportunity to say whatever you want to say. Once you're done saying whatever you want to say, then the parties will cross-examine you. But you have to say something first. All right.
Okay. I believe sincerely that the license should be renewed because this establishment is providing work opportunity for a lot of people. To mention a few, we have a pet control company that relies on the services that they provide, and we pay for the services that they are providing. We have a company that provides services to the kitchen hood. We have the fire extinguisher company that gives us services on our equipment for the restaurant. We have a trash company that rely on our business. We have the brewing company, we have the spirit, we have different company and providers that we purchase merchandise from them. We have the Restaurant Depot, we have Costco, we have employees that we have employed that we are providing jobs for them. We have an accountant that has a job because we provide the job for the accounting firm to do the accounting for the business. We pay taxes like everyone else. We pay property taxes, we pay sales taxes on the business and personal taxes. We are paying for a business license so that there's a lot of people that are employed and rely on our contribution to keep the economy flowing. And I do believe that we have contributed a lot to this community. I will say that because I currently own 3 restaurants in the Columbia Heights area. We provide employment and a lot of opportunities, and also culturally. And the issues that we're addressing here, loitering, people hanging out in properties, this is an ongoing thing here in the metropolitan area, even the White House. This is no news. This is nothing new. And when we hear someone complaining about the noise, I believe is a joint venture on both parties, the one that have been in the establishment for years and the one that is coming into the neighborhood for the first time should walk through the neighborhood during the morning hours, the daytime hours, the evening hours, the night hours, to find out what is going on in that neighborhood. And furthermore, if I'm going to buy a unit next to a commercial space, the first thing that I would do is make sure that I get it certification from the seller of that property that the wall have been soundproof before moving into a unit, to say the least. I am here to work with the neighbors. I believe that it's important from Jessica to be happy with the property that she purchased, and I believe that she should embrace what she has in that neighborhood. That neighborhood was a drug-infected neighborhood 50 years ago. No one wanted to live in that area. And I could tell you, I had a business there. And the first day that I opened that business in that Columbia High area, the drug dealer, the biggest drug dealer in Washington, D.C., got killed that day in that neighborhood. It was a drug-infected area. I've been in that area when no one wanted to open up a business in that area because it was dangerous, because it was not safe, because it was not clean. We are in an environment where we're going to deal with people trashing, throwing trash, hanging out, sleeping out on the streets. I've been through it all. I encounter many times different types of people. And because one person is not doing what they're supposed to be doing, it doesn't mean you can blame your neighbor next door for everything that goes on in that neighborhood, especially when you don't have records, you don't have public records, you don't have video surveillance showing this is where it's coming from. You're asking to put a lot of people out of work. You're not taking into consideration that when you came to live in this neighborhood, I was there before you. I've been in that neighborhood, even though you mentioned that you don't see me around. You don't need to see me around to know that I'm there or that I come there. You could be asleep when I come there, either morning or nighttime. I worked my bottoms off in Columbia Heights to see the growth and the development of Columbia Heights. I did not come in yesterday and purchase in Columbia Heights. I've been in Columbia Heights for 40 years owning the property. 40 years I've been in my home that I purchased. And I have purchased 4 properties in Columbia Heights when Columbia Heights was drug infected. I paid $86,000 for my home. I paid a little bit over 110,000 grand for the pizzeria on 11th and Park Road, the Red Rocks. I paid a little bit over 100 and some grand for the property where the Bulls is right now. Where Carolina Bar and Grill is right now, I pay $100,000 for that property. Go buy a property in that neighborhood today for 500 grand. I'll pay you if you find one. This is a great neighborhood to live in, but I lived it through all. And I've been cleaning the neighborhood, and I clean up the neighborhood, and I do my diligent duty, and I pay my taxes. And I clean the front of my property. I want my property to be as great as my neighborhood, and I want my neighborhood to be clean and to be pretty. But guess what? I cannot pick up after your dog poop. You put the dog in front of my yard to poop, and you don't pick up the poop after your dog. And your next door neighbor broke my glass. And I have the video surveilling showing that he broke the glass. Your neighbor, my neighbor, he broke up that glass in my business establishment. I want my neighborhood to be great, and I want my neighborhood to be safe. But in this planet Earth, no one is safe. Not even our children, when they go to school, they're safe from a shooting. When you talk about safetyness and being afraid of someone who's loitering outside your building. You don't know where they're coming from. You don't know if they're coming from across the street from the liquor store, or they're coming across the street from the grocery store, or they're coming across the street from the other bar. You're assuming that they're coming from Bull's restaurant. It is great to assume. That is further greater for you to assume. Where is this lady? Where is she at? Your concern and your problem is that you have never seen my face, but you spoke to me over the phone, and your concern and your only concern is that I cut the tree on your yard. That tree was born in your yard before you purchased that property. Before you purchased that property, you should have cut that tree down or asked the seller to cut that tree down for you, and not lie that responsibility on me to cut the tree for you. You talked to the people in Abra, and they told you that if the tree is bothering you, cut the tree. Cut it. Be a good neighbor. Be a decent neighbor. Do what any decent human being would do. Do your part as a good neighbor for the neighborhood, for the commonwealth, for everyone to live in this earth. I have to think globally in order to live globally. This is a global world. You think before you react. And you think before you fire people out. And you measure the consequences. In life is a struggle. People are struggling to live. Only those who can think before they react. Think. Think of others. Don't just think of you and think about the tree that is bothering you. Think about everyone in general. You're not thinking of anyone but yourself. Because it's about you, it's about the tree, it's about your tenant that is paying rent to you, and is what you would like the tenant to contribute to this conversation. Why don't you get the tenant next door to tell you why he broke the glass? He broke that commercial glass and he broke the window. We have a police report and we have a video surveillance, and we can't get him to pay. Do you think that's a good neighbor? Do you think he's doing something for the neighborhood? No, he's not. He's not doing what he's supposed to do. And when he walks his dog, he's supposed to pick his poop after his dog. Because it's his neighborhood, it's my neighborhood. That restaurant that you're so complaining about so much, go there and show me one little piece of trash in that premises. There isn't any. Show me who's doing the maintenance in front of your property. You have trash cans in front of your property. I think they look tacky, but I don't go knocking on your door telling you that your trash can in front of the property looks tacky. I think it should be in the back. But who am I to tell you what I think you should do in your property? No one. Should I? Should I tell you that you need to clean the front of your property? Do you pay a condo fee to clean that front?
Ms. Nunez, I know you're testifying and you're going to have an opportunity to be cross-examined, but remember, I just need you to focus this on your license, ma'am. This hearing is about your license, not on her property, but just your license. We're here because you have a license from Abra, and you're asking us to renew your license, and their license is being protested. So I just need you to refocus what your testimony, ma'am, about your license.
Mr. Anderson, no disrespect. I am focused, and we're focusing. The issue here is the liquor license, but the reason why it's protested is because of the tree, and the tree keeps coming up, the tree conversation. And this is about the liquor license. She
Yeah.
is complaining about the noise. There's noise everywhere, and there's no more noise on Bull's property than there is in the restaurant next door to the liquor store or the one across the street. The noise is the same or less. There's no more. I don't see that type of noise, and we can provide Abra with records of the noise and the video surveilling outside. This is
Carmen,
about the noise.
all right. Anything else you want to say at this juncture, ma'am, before we do cross-examination? All right.
Maya, can you provide video tapes of the noise and the loitering outside your property?
Carmen, are you done? Are you done testifying at this juncture? You're still gonna be given an opportunity to do a closing statement. By both sides will be given an opportunity to do a closing statement to tell the board what it is that they want the agency to do. But at this juncture, are you done testifying, ma'am?
Yes, I would like for the board to reconsider.
No, you can't. No, I'm sorry. You're going to get a chance to tell us what is it that you want. So that's not what you. So you don't have to do that at this juncture.
I'm done, Mr. Anderson. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, fine. Sorry, Ms. Mayor. Maya, do you have any questions that you wish to ask her? So you can ask her any questions dealing with what you based on her testimony, ma'am.
Mr. Anderson, we appreciate her testimony and we have no questions for her. We would just like to keep the hearing moving along.
Well, all right, thank you. So, all right, fine. So the record is now closed. I mean, I'm sorry. So you have testified. Well, let me. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Does the board have any questions to ask of Ms. Nunez? All right. Hearing none. All right. Thank you. All right. So all right. So where we are now, we are at the end of the hearing. So we have closing statements. Each side will be given 5 minutes to do a closing statement. This is what a closing statement is. This is what was proven today. And I need both sides to be specific. What is it that they're asking the board to do? Because it's a protest hearing on whether or not we should renew the license, whether or not we should. I didn't look at the PIP to see if the protestants were asking for conditions. So basically, I would like the applicant to say specifically what is it that it wants the board to do. And then I want the protestant to be specific in what decision the protestant wants the board to make. So Ms. Nunez, you have 5 minutes to sum up your case and let us know specifically what is it that you want the board to do.
Mr. Anderson, I would like
I need you to come closer to the microphone. I don't know why and I want to say this, Ms. Nunez, it is not your equipment. The equipment belongs to the agency. So I don't know why the volume keeps on going in and out. But all right, ma'am. So you can go ahead. I am going to make sure that everybody speaks no longer than 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do, I am going to put a timer on. I don't keep time normally, but since I want to make sure that this only goes on for 5 minutes, there are 5 minutes to make a closing statement. And go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Anderson, I would like for the board to consider the renewal of this business license because it will cause jeopardy to a lot of people that rely and depend on the Bull's operation. There are a lot of families involved that eat off Bull's. I myself feel that I've done a lot and bent over backwards over this community to clean up the area, to clean up Columbia Heights, to beautify Columbia Heights, to provide for Columbia Heights. And I think that I have been very active and very productive in the Columbia Heights area, and I have made an investment in Columbia Heights. I have made Columbia Heights my home. Therefore, I respectfully ask this board to reconsider the renewal of the license based on the fact that their presentation was weak, the fact that there was no proof by ABRA's investigator that went to the site 8 times and couldn't find noise, couldn't make out the noise that was coming up from next door. In all fairness, I think our license should be renewed based on the fact that there was no noise proven on the times that the investigation was done. 9 times out of 8, the 8 times that Mr. Ruiz went through the property, there was no noise that he could really describe that would jeopardize the safetyness or the tenants being able to have a peaceful or a restful night. In terms of the trash, we would work with my neighbor next door so that we can limit the number of dumps and the hours that are being dumped, because I want the neighbors to be calm and I want them to be able to have a restful night. I will work around that. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mayes, you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. I'll go ahead and provide our closing statements. As residents of the Columbia Heights community, we've collectively prepared 5 minutes of closing statements for you. We also provided our documentation, the testimony, and efforts to protest the license removal and deliver you 5 conditions, which I will outline to the board. Again, we emphasize to the board that there is a pre-existing settlement agreement that Mr. Ruiz actually flagged for us himself that the licensee has failed to abide by for over 5 years. As residents of the community, and as Mr. Short mentioned, we have the right to peace, order, and quiet. Mr. Ruiz, in his testimony and during my cross-examination questions to him earlier today, confirmed that he could hear noise in our buildings. Noise is a yes or no situation. There's either noise or not noise, and everybody except the licensee said that there is noise. The licensee continues to belittle us by claiming we didn't conduct due diligence about our neighborhood, which we existentially object to, because unlike her, we live on that block, we walk the streets every day, and we have provided the data, the reporting before the board to demonstrate our knowledge and understanding of our community. We also note that while the licensee says we don't know what's going on, she fails to acknowledge the numerous outreach efforts we have conducted via email and text messages, which we submitted to the board as exhibits to resolve the long-standing security issues with her property. Regarding the beer bottle incident, the building provided Ms. Nunez screen captures from our front door Ring camera of Buho's customers entering our property. We also provided her the police report numbers. Regarding the tree that is on Buho's property, the 14 exhibits we provided to the board that have not been discussed yet, we offered to split the cost of cutting the tree down. You can look at those text messages we provided in the 14 exhibits, where Ms. Nunez acknowledges and she also ignored. The repeated mentions of the tree honestly baffle us, because we are discussing the conduct of the managers, patrons, and herself as the property owner. This is, again, about the right to peace, order, and quiet, which we have demonstrated is being disrupted because of the emanating noise coming from inside and outside of the Bujo's property. I will now provide the 5 conditions. These conditions are 1A, limiting the noise to a quantitatively measurable and enforceable level in decibels, which specifically is professional sound engineer installation and testing of sound suppression materials along all walls and ceilings of the establishment, with emphasis on 3519 and 3523. 1B, professional sound engineer repositioning of any sound emitting equipment that does not direct noise into the 3519 and 3523 residential buildings. This action should include a provision that the equipment cannot be moved to another location inside the establishment unless it is tested and reviewed by the ABRA Noise Task Force personnel. And also, they need to coordinate if the movement of any of this noise emanating equipment affects the residents around them. Number 2, limiting the operating hours to sell alcohol and conduct live entertainment even more narrowly than what was defined in the February 2017 pre-existing settlement agreement, which I mentioned in my opening statement. Number 3, ceasing the disruptive outdoor dumping of glass bottles in large quantities throughout the night in the back of the property, resulting in noise that can be heard across several residential properties along 14th Street and Parkwood Place Northwest. 4A, implementation of a security plan, which includes prohibiting the sale of alcohol to intoxicated persons repeatedly entering and exiting the establishment, resulting in unlawful behavior such as harassment, trespassing, littering, and defecating on public and private property, and disorderly conduct requiring a police response. 4B, the contract of licensed professional security personnel to regularly facilitate the maintenance of peace and order among customers in and outside of the establishment, which specifically goes to the mandate of a security plan and operable cameras, which we have not discussed during this hearing either. We do not know what exactly the security plan for Bujo's is. Security personnel should be required to be present on site Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday during all operating hours. 4C, securing the back of the Bujo's property to deter the trespassing of individuals to conduct unlawful activities such as drug consumption, sales, prostitution, physical defecation, and rummaging through trash, resulting in additional disruptions to residents. 5A, implementing daily maintenance of the front and back outdoor areas of the property to include the sidewalk, tree boxes, alley, and abutting public areas, making sure that it is clean and free of trash, debris, and shattered glass bottles, which also result in rodent infestation, vehicle, and pedestrian hazards. 5B, maintaining an environment particularly on the first and second level and rear outdoor areas that are free of bulk trash, which are hazardous to the surrounding area. Those are the 5 conditions that we've outlined. We also note for the record that the licensee has applied to install multiple gaming machines inside the establishment, which emit a substantial amount of noise, according to the technical specifications of the specific machines that they are trying to install.
I'm going to give you
that concludes our statement.
I was about to say, because you way exceeded your 5 minutes. All right. In your closing, ma'am, you talked about witness. You talked about exhibits. Now, you have not moved any of the exhibits into evidence, and you have not. I've not heard any testimony. I have not heard any testimony about any of the documents that you disclosed. So the documents are not in the record because they have not been moved, and no witness testified in any of the documents. No witness testified in any of the documents.
There was never a point during the hearing where the board requested us to show the 14 exhibits that we provided. The submission of the 14 exhibits was confirmed by ABRA staff last week when they submitted them. It includes media such as text message screen captures, videos, and still shots from our Ring camera.
But all right, but at the same, you're talking about, I don't know what 14, because I specifically requested that, and I see that you had submitted document, I think on,
Sir, the bottom line is that we provided the 5 conditions and we look forward to working on a way forward. Exhibits or not.
all right, all right. 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 As well, we have had testimony regarding what is it that you're seeking. We have not had any specific testimony, or no document has been moved into evidence. So there are no documents in the evidence. So the decision that the appellant did not, the licensee, did not put in a PIP, or there are no documents on behalf of the applicant, and there is also no documents in the record on behalf of the protestant. The decision that the board will make is based strictly on the evidence presented, the testimony presented by the case and the investigator, Ms. Nunez, and the 4 witnesses, I believe the 3 or 4 witnesses the 3 witnesses that we had from the protestant. All right, so the case is closed. So do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so? And basically that is, do you want to write a brief basically to summarize what the law says and what the evidence was presented today? That is not something that is required. It's just an option. And if basically what that would state is that you would get the transcript, review the transcript, and state in a brief what is it that was presented here today, and what the conclusion of law is. But I said before, it's not something that is normally required or done in a protest hearing, but it's just an option, and both parties can agree to not do it. And we'll make our decision based on the presentation here today. It's not, you cannot bring in new evidence, you can bring in new witnesses, you can bring in new documents. So it would be listening to the transcript of the entire hearing today and state what the facts were from the transcript and what the law is. The parties can both move to waive it. So since I'm not hearing a response from either side, then I'm taking it that both parties have agreed to waive that. Is that correct?
Anderson,
That is correct, sir. Thank you.
I'm not
Will
going
you
to
say?
put any documentation.
I can't hear you, ma'am.
I feel that Mr. Ruiz did a wonderful presentation, and he covered all the angles that I was not able to cover. And
That's fine, ma'am.
I don't believe that Maya did a very good job proving her
Ma'am,
case.
yeah, all right. That we don't need to get into that now. Just ask us a simple question. Okay, so this matter then is submitted. So let me close off this hearing today. All right. All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage and Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 PRO 00020, Bujo's Restaurant, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 23PRO00020, Bujo's Restaurant, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato
I will
seconds.
second.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Hanson have seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it has been properly second. Mr. Short.
Sure, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis. All right, just put a thumbs up. I cannot hear you, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis agrees, and Mr. Anderson agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I want to thank the parties for their flexibility in allowing us to have this hearing today. I know that it was scheduled previously. We had to reschedule it. It was scheduled this afternoon for 1:30, but we moved the hearing to 10:30, which I'm glad that it was moved to 10:30 rather than 1:30, because we would have stretched into the night. So I do appreciate the flexibility of the parties to accommodate the schedule. That we did this to accommodate all the parties, especially the licensee in this position. So this case has been concluded. The board, we will issue a decision in 90 days. Thank you very much. Have a great evening. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you,
right.
everyone. Have a safe afternoon.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you. All right, we are now adjourned for the day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much. Have a great day. So all board members return to executive session. Thank you.
Viste que no me pudo preguntar nada. Ninguno de ellos a mí no pudieron preguntar nada. Y viste lo que le dije. Viste todo lo que le dije. Viste toda la basura que lo tienen detrás. 50 años atrás, cuando eso estaba infectado de droga, y nadie quería vivir en esa área. Y nadie quería hacer nada en esa área. Yo compré. Las propiedades estaban 86 a 100 mil dólares. Las propiedades. Y eso estaba infectado de droga. Nadie quería por ahí. Todo el mundo quiere colombianos. Y ahora nadie con 500 mil dólares, nadie puede comprar nada en ese elenco. Con que contestarme, no me podía contestar. Tú lo viste que yo le estaba diciendo a Tim que yo lo estaba amenazando. Digo, te sientes amenazada por una vieja de 62 años.
Travis, there was a case for this board, and I don't think 1700 block of Bennett Road, several murders.